Good evening, Council, honored guests. It is 6 o'clock on January 13th, 2026, and I will call to order the work session for the Pflugerville City Council. Tonight on our regular agenda, we have item 2A, discussion regarding the city's policy on calculating and publishing population estimates. We have our GIS manager, Sven Griffin, and Planning and Development Services Director, Ashley Bailey, here to teach us all about population. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Again, for the record, Ashley Bailey, Planning and Development Services Director. And just to go over the high level on the population estimates, you can see here population growth and assumptions from 2019 up to 2025. It looks like dwelling units or certificates of occupancy, once those are issued, times 2.85 persons per household. That is from the 2020 census. That is our gold standard of what we use when we're getting those numbers to extrapolate out what we believe our population estimates will be. So with that, in 2025 in October, we had 29,683 dwelling units. And then if you multiply that by your 2.85, you get 84,597.
And what's your source for dwelling units?
Dwelling units, we do those based on the actual certificates of occupancy that the city has issued. I believe we went back to 2010, I want to say.
Yes, we do have data going all the way back to the time we've issued the CO, or they were annexed, and if it were annexed, that information then winds up coming from the census, or I'm sorry, from TCAD, the appraisal district. They'll provide us the year that was constructed. So in that case, we'll use the year.
That sounds like pretty accurate data.
It is.
There has been a lot.
So do you have the dwelling units by type versus single family versus multifamily?
It's single family versus multifamily.
So you do have it, like this is the total with both, but do you have
Correct.
it individually?
There's data where we break it out up to a time period where we break out if it's a multifamily or single family. At some point around 2018, the decision was made to start tracking them independently, but when we do the calculation, they are summed together.
And why would we sum it together? The 2.85 number, is that a blended number?
Yes, it is a blended number.
Okay. So for the calculation used to estimate our population, you can see just the methodology of dwelling units multiplied per that people. So again, it is the multifamily plus the single family that we have for those certificates of occupancy. And we've used that since 2008. The only variable that we have is what changes on the persons per dwelling, which you can see in that centennial, which again, it's the gold standard. That's what we always go back to. In 2010, the people per household was 2.96. And now in 2020, it says 2.85. So the census has the persons per household declining slightly.
Interesting.
What we use our population estimates for, definitely bragging rights, always. And then the other is just the general growth trends for the area and to show where we are in line with others in Central Texas, and really just giving and being able to narrate and tell Pflugerville's story of where we started and where we are right now and where we think we're headed and what we need to plan for.
Could you tell me, so if we're using these for bragging rights, does this conform with the calculations that other cities around us use? Do they use the same methodology?
For the most part, I believe when staff had questioned and got in touch with other cities, there are a few that are not breaking out multifamily versus single family. They're just going all the way across the board. I think ours are likely a little bit more accurate because of the work that goes into the CO of multifamily versus single family. I know that some cities are still using a vacancy rate. We actually run numbers based on vacancy rate and not and no vacancy rate, because your vacancy rate can be very elastic, and so sometimes it could be accurate and sometimes it might not be. So most other cities are also running their numbers the exact same as we are, based on their certificates of occupancy.
It sounds like you're more detailed than some folks may be in regards to how the actual application computation would be here.
I believe so. After seeing Sven's numbers, I believe that we are a lot more detail oriented than other cities, certainly even cities that I've worked in.
So here's David.
All right, and then what was I going to say? So, in terms of vacancy rates tend to be much more elastic in the multifamily, right? So that would seem like it would shift really quickly over time.
It could.
All right.
I did ask them to run just a different model. Councilmember Rogers asked me to run a different variable, so we did that. And Sven, if you want to provide that information, or I have it.
Right. So it wound up basically being just a little short of or a little over 1,000 difference. If we added in a 7% vacancy for apartments and a 3% vacancy for single family.
What's that variable based on?
I believe Councilman Rogers provided that vacancy rate.
Actually, I had suggested a 10% vacancy rate, but at the mayor's suggestion, I reduced that to a 7% vacancy rate. The official number from the census for all of Pflugerville is 5.03% vacancy. So you could apply that across. But the vacancy rate for apartments in the Austin metro area is variously reported. And I believe it was about 10% at the metro area. And the mayor suggested that we might have a lower vacancy rate in Pflugerville.
And I
I
believe
accepted that suggestion.
specifically those numbers, we did 3% on single family and 7% on multifamily, so that does equal that to that 10% that you requested.
So are you able to provide what the units were, that breakout that you used in that calculation?
I do not have that in front of me.
No, I'd have to go back and pull that.
Can you clarify that question a little bit more for me? What do you mean
What do you mean by
exactly?
units?
What are you
Sorry,
asking for?
single family versus multifamily, there was a different rate applied to single family, a different rate applied to multifamily. So I was just wondering what the units were for multifamily and what the units were for single family out of the number that you provided.
I'd have to go back and look at that count. I don't have that memorized.
And what's the total number of housing units that you have for the city?
It's on, yeah.
A couple slides back.
We can go back. As of October 2025, we have 29,683 is what we counted for our dwelling units. And then multiply that by our 2.85 from the 2020 census of persons per household, you get that 84,597 number.
And I
What's
believe
interesting about that, David, is that they articulated that they went ahead and actually looked at other computations, not only around the region, but what the industry standard is. And ours is actually more meticulous, given the fact that we actually denote which ones we're doing regarding multifamily as opposed to single-family units as well.
there is a discrepancy between what the census believes we have and what we believe we have. 6-7 years ago, when we were talking to the census, thank you, we provided our data, and they said, you can't have that many units. And so the question then became, well, what do we do to rectify this? They said, well, you can move your units around inside the city, but that's your only alleviation. So we had to go.
Swen, can you explain that? Because how can they tell you can't have that many units?
I can't 100% explain it, but I can tell you. I can tell you where variables.
That's the answer, isn't it?
I can tell you where variables come into play. So there's a time period before the census starts canvassing that we're going through and we're checking all addresses. We provide all those addresses to the Census Bureau. Between the time they get those addresses, however many more addresses we put out there, there's that gap. So when they're field verifying,
Okay.
they're only going to verify what we give them. So if we address another 1,000 units between, and this is a multi-year period leading up to the canvassing.
To apartment complex.
And we've got to remember during that time period in particular, we had some quite dramatic explosive growth.
We did.
For that right there.
And they also changed their methodology. It used to be back in the day, because I'm old enough to say that, there was a lot more actual door-to-door count, and now we're doing sampling, right? So now we're going to do our sampling, or the nice word of saying, our best guess,
Right.
based on the statistic we came up with. So there's variables in there. So when the census says we'll make up a number, Sven has 27,000 dwelling units, and I say, no, I have 29,000 dwelling units, and they say, we can't help you. So we're going to be different.
Now, the source of our data being COs, I imagine we're also provided 911 addressing data.
Yes, we do our own addressing, and then we turn that addressing over to the
And
county
is that
for
every front
911.
door, or is that center of parcel?
The addresses,
Yeah.
that's actually on top
street
of the
segment?
house.
Okay.
No, we do have street segments. That's a whole nother set. We have by street segment, but for when we're doing unit counts, we're doing address on top of a house or
Okay.
a point on top of a apartment dwelling. So 1 point for each building and the
So if
number
it's
of
got
dwellings.
32 units in it, it's 1 point, but
Right.
there are 32 units with that same point.
Yeah.
And then things like granny flats. Do we count those as separate dwellings, or are those just
No.
part of the main parcel?
No, it's part of the main parcel. So if it's a single family house, 2.85. If it's a 1 bedroom, 2.85. It's a 5 bedroom, 2.85.
And if it's a 5 bedroom with a granny flat out back,
2.85.
2.85.
So we can't,
Because that's
we
the-
aren't necessarily trying to cook the books because we're just
It's a
kinda
blended
looking
rate.
at it as well.
Right. I mean, the census doesn't break out that there's so many people per room. They say there's 2.5 people per dwelling unit. They don't tell me if it's an apartment. They don't tell me if it's a duplex, a triplex, a single family. They just say, on average, you have 2.8.
So even though the Mateer family has 5 people,
Correct.
it's 2.85.
Right.
Interesting.
And then when we have things like assisted living facilities, retirement communities,
Those get counted. We have made an effort to count those, and they do get baked into our number. But when we were doing that at one point, we were looking at 230. So you get one person per bed, right? Because you can't have 2 people in an assisted living facility
True.
bed.
we'll
So
go with that.
230 would be like one count. So yeah, I mean, that's not moving your dial much. I mean, since we're already talking statistical variability, to do assisted living, you're not gaining anything.
Yeah, it's not going to move the needle.
No.
Well, certainly, having the number of dwelling units so dramatically higher than what the census thinks we have would explain a lot of variation. But the 2.85 number, that is, according to the census data that I looked at today, that is not the number that the census believes that is the appropriate multiplier for Pflugerville.
Depends what table you're looking at.
As of today, it was 2.70, and if you multiply by 2.70 times that number of housing units, you end up with 76,137 people.
Is that a
Not
1 year estimate, a
74,000.
5 year estimate?
I'm sorry?
Is that a 1 or a 5 year estimate?
Is that a what?
A 1 or a 5 year census estimate. There's 2 estimates and a centennial.
Here.
This is the 2019 through 2023 number.
The 5 years.
So Sven,
So it's a
can you
5-year.
can you break that down for us because you said it depends on what table you're looking at.
Right. Census puts out, today, they put out 3 tables. There used to be 4 tables. So depending what time period you're looking at, you'll get a 1 year, a 3 year, which is now retired, or a 5 year. And then the centennial. Centennial is a statistical gold standard and what pretty much everybody sticks with. You'll get the 1 year. The 1 year gets used a lot. So if you Google and you see a number, that's usually your 1 year. That one has the greatest variability. So that's their small sample size,
Interesting.
which means you have your greatest variability. So if you actually take their variability and you add it to our number, then we're still in range because they might be like plus or minus 2,000. Well, if we're plus or minus 2,000, now we're kind of still in the same ballpark. And then 5 year is a better statistical sample.
That's the 5-year number.
Yeah.
That's the
But-
one that
But now it's an old 5 year number.
2019 through 2023.
I mean, we're in
And
2026.
we know that household size is shrinking. So if anything, that 2.7 would be a generous number.
We don't
I don't-
necessarily know that the
I don't know
household
that
size
it's
is
shrinking because
especially with the number of 5 bedroom
Yeah.
units that we.
1980 we had less, and then we went more, then down. Next year, more, down. I don't know. I would be guessing.
How many people are really in the house?
Well, and
So on that 1 year and the 5 year number, are you familiar with the standard deviation on those?
No, but they do report them.
Okay.
Yeah, this usually, and I get why. I do the same thing. It says 1.7. I can remember 1.7, but if you ask me what's the variable on either side, well, now I have 2 more numbers I have to remember. I don't want to do that.
I have
But
a question,
go ahead.
probably off point, but so thank you for the information about like if I was to Google where that number comes from. I'm curious to know where does the number come from on the population sign that we put in the city,
That comes from us.
and
I
how
think-
often?
Ooh, that I don't know. I'd have to ask the sign shop.
I've been watching the sign.
We can get someone to change a sign.
Each time we print one,
I
right?
was just curious.
Yeah.
And I think that goes to probably your next slide there. What do we use
Oh
the
yeah,
population estimate
yeah,
for?
I think that's probably the key part.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Bragging rights.
Bragging rights.
Bragging rights.
Oh,
And
we're
you're saying
very-
that is comparable to, that is the same methodology that the cities around us use. It's comparable. I would say in the interest of transparency, a key component of transparency is consistency. That we're consistently reporting the number using the same methodology and using that same methodology in the same way that our neighbor cities
Yeah.
use it.
There's also a value into keeping the same methodology and not changing it if you're going back and looking at what you did in the past. Because now I'm not mixing apples to oranges. I'm trying to keep them as the same apple. And, hopefully not a Granny Smith and a crab apple. I'm trying to do 2 Granny Smiths. There's that value. I'm a big proponent because we're not really gaining much by adding in a vacancy rate, and we're not really gaining much by chasing the latest census number. Using the example earlier, 1,000 people. I mean, even if it was 5,000, we're not really changing anything because, again, this number's not really driving anything.
Right. So obviously you say bragging rights there. I'm a big fan when it comes to statistics and metrics of relevancy.
Mm-hmm.
What do we not use it for? I mean, what else is there that is on your next slide? Sorry, it may have been open when I got here.
This was, I think this is our website.
This one keeps going. One keeps popping
the
back
glitter
up.
slide.
It's the glitter slide.
It just keeps popping back up.
Yeah.
So we can discuss this a little bit. So when we're doing any infrastructure studies, revenue projections, permitting forecasts, things like that, we go back to the gold standard. We go back to the census numbers to ensure. So if we're looking at a text dot number, we're going back to that census number. If we're applying, even our GIS licensing, I believe, is based on the census number. It's not, that license is not based on our estimate. It's based on the
So let's
census
be
numbers.
clear. When you say the census number, this the number that's actually articulated by the federal government.
It is
Right.
the 2020 decennial.
Yes.
Yeah, this decent,
So and
10 year.
and that's consistent with what the industry practice is and utilization on that. So even though there may be some quibbles regarding what we're using, our own internal interpretation of the numbers are, we keep a consistent standard as to what we apply and utilize when it comes to important things like infrastructure studies, revenue projections, and permitting forecasts.
So I sent Serena some information this afternoon that I was hoping to share today. I don't know if.
I just received it, sorry. Would you like us to pull it up?
Yes,
Is it relevant to how we
absolutely.
calculate?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
So I have.
We're in meetings I just saw
yeah,
it.
yeah.
At 3:30 is hard for us to do on a council day.
Do we have a
Yeah,
copy?
I'm not sure that we'll be able to pull it up, but can you at least tell us what we're talking about?
Toasting machine.
Oh, there it is.
What are we talking about?
Can I email it to Trista?
Yes, if the mayor directs, I'm sorry.
Wait.
Giving us-
What are we looking at? Do we have a copy?
I
That's
just
the idea.
received it. I emailed it.
No. Do we have a
Yeah.
physical copy?
No.
I had emailed it earlier this afternoon and asked if it was possible to get a physical copy as well as have it presented during the discussion.
Just read it. I just opened it.
Well,
This synopsis is, we're not all using the same method.
who's we?
The city
Well, I
of
would-
Pflugerville
I
and
would
the
like to-
neighboring
may I-
cities.
I put a lot of time into that. So can we review the information on the city council member requested agenda item?
Okay, I'm confused. Okay, you said you've put a lot of information.
Yeah, it's making this the presentation that I.
But you just sent it today.
I was waiting for some people just to review it. I sent it to David to review, and then I sent it earlier this afternoon.
And do we have that, Trista? Can we get that on screen?
There's two. There's two.
One was PowerPoint and one was a PDF.
Okay.
So just to make it easier for printing.
And I'll filibuster while she's doing this. So, David, you said that we're all not using the same numbers, and you said we internal to the
this-
city or with our neighbors?
The cities in the area are not all using the same methodology.
Yeah, they had mentioned
Pflugerville,
that.
Georgetown, Round Rock,
Yeah.
Leander, Cedar Park.
So I have a
They had mentioned that.
logical progression through. I've been interested in this for several months because I saw many different times where different population information was put out into the public through news media, and so population estimate.
What do you mean by the city's reported
I'm gonna
population?
hold on,
For
Rudy.
the-
Already. I'm gonna take exception to this right now because this is your presentation right now. It's being broadcast across the city, and the first line here is it contradicts what we heard
That's
a moment
what-
ago.
Yeah.
Right here, you say the city's reported population used for planning, forecasting, and policy decisions, infrastructure, timing, service demand. That earlier, you told us that the population number is not used for those things. So I want to make it very clear as we move forward. I don't want us to be presenting false information to the public. And this is very concerning that I'm seeing this on the screen now.
So-
So could you clarify your statement there?
Well, I didn't have this information before, so this is my.
So this is your opinion, and
Yes.
and based on the information we've received tonight, it's not, it's
Well,
inaccurate.
I mean,
Hold on a second. Are you telling me that the population number we have is never used for planning?
That's literally what we just talked about.
It's
And
never
we said
used for
we
planning.
literally just
The
said that.
numbers
We
that we
use-
we
Well,
generate internally are
I can
never used for
strike
planning.
that-
Is that what we're hearing?
That's literally what they just told us. They
I,
literally,
you know, I'd
literally
like
told
to,
us that.
I'd like to hear it from them.
I mean,
I mean, you
they
can
said
go to their
instead of
last
having
line
the
that said it is
filibuster,
not used for, it was
let's
on the
ask
slide, it's on the
the-
presentation.
Okay, all right.
So the number shows up in documents, right? So we'll just pick on a document. We'll say the comprehensive plan, population 80,000, whatever the number is. Are we
Right.
using 80,000 for planning? It's
Right.
just a number in the document as a point of reference, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you're talking population forecast, that's a whole other ball of wax.
Okay, so the 2040 Aspire plan, when it originally came out, suggested we were going to have 137,000 people at the end of this decade.
That's forecasting. That's
So
different.
the reported population is used for forecasting.
I believe that was based on the census, but I can go back and double check how they did that math.
I'm sorry, say again?
I can go back and check how they did the math. I believe it was based on the census.
it was extrapolated from the census number given from the federal government.
So we were forecasting a doubling of population, doubling from what the census number was in 2020 to 2030.
I can go back and double check. I would have
Okay,
to-
so we weren't using the 74,000 internal number
No.
to forecast to 137.
No.
Are we
What-
certain about that?
What plan are we talking about?
In 2020,
Talking about the,
Aspire.
This is my plan. I'm not.
2020,
Did that go out to the ETJ? I don't know.
we
I would have to
our internal city number and the census number did not match. Is that correct?
Correct. In 2020, our numbers did not match. The 2020 census did not have the same number of dwelling units that we had for certificates of occupancy.
Okay, and then when we forecasted for we were going to have 137 people by the end of this decade, were we starting with our number or were we starting with the census number?
Again, I will have to double check how the forecasting was done because Sven just said something important. It could have also included the ETJ, so the full build out, not just city limits, and our numbers are typically city limits. So I'll have to double check that with our third party as well.
I want to say that kind of number sounds like it has an ETJ factor to me.
But it wasn't.
Okay.
The 137,000 number was an in the city limits projection,
I
which has
can't
been
speak to
backed
that.
off. I mean, nobody believes that we're getting to 137,000 people by the end of this decade. But that was the original projection that was made in 2020.
So, can we go to the next slide? So, this, in looking at population estimate methodology, this was my stated goal is to produce a defensible, repeatable population estimate that reflects current housing conditions for use in general planning and policy within the city limits. It's not related to any water, wastewater, CCNN. The formula that appears to be used in many of the other cities, and this is, using what I found is that it's the units segmented by housing type times the occupancy rate segmented by housing type and persons per household segmented by housing type. And the reason for this approach is because over a decade, from 2020 to 2030, for example, your housing mix, your occupancy rate, and your household size can change dramatically depending on what is happening with growth and building.
Who uses that formula?
Well, let me.
So may I have a table showing what some other cities use.
Well, I mean, because
So-
you're making a recommend. So here's my concern, and
I would like to just get
well,
it and then.
that's my concern. So my concern is this: is that you went into great detail to go ahead and make an idea and a presentation, which is great. Waited for him to go ahead and look at the data, the viewpoints to actually give feedback on it. You give it to them the day before, so it hasn't been vetted regarding staff or anybody else for us to be cognizant of it. And then we're presented right now, which we're supposed to have our 2 executive sessions, which I guess is we know we're going on this. On this as if this is something that should be either is presented as a rebuttal
No,
or presented. Well,
I
no,
mean,
actually, no. Let's be clear. You are definitely rebutting what they've got to say because you're preventing information that you're saying that this is my recommendation formula, which is not the formula that's being used right now. So that is a rebuttal.
This is for discussion.
Well, it's a rebuttal. I mean, you can name it all you
Yeah.
you want it.
I wanted to provide some information for discussion.
But my concern
May
is
I
that
present the information?
my concern is just like I said, when I literally saw that right off the top, I was like, wait a minute, they already said that they're not utilizing it for this specific information.
And then
Let's take this
ask
to
them about it. They
the
said they're
next
not sure.
slide so that we can
Yeah, I
move
just
forward a little bit.
I'm
I
trying
do
to
have
get
concerns
this
because you have occupancy rate by type and persons per household by type, but I have heard that those numbers are not something that is statistically significantly available. So let's see what you have on your next slide.
Sure, I have a slide with sources as well. So if you can go to the next slide. Okay, so the reason that this question had come up is the observed variance from the U.S. Census Bureau, which they have the American Community Survey for 2024, is stating that Pflugerville has 66, so let's just call it 67,000. And then the city reported population is 82,000 for the same day. The 2024 is through that 12/31.
Do they also provide the number of housing units in the ACS?
Yes.
How many housing units do they have?
They had, I have it right there in the next thing. So that was a significant variance. So I started asking questions to try to understand what is
So
causing
almost
this.
3,000 units different.
Yeah.
20 or 30 units different.
So there was a percent variance, 16,000 units. So that's significant to say why is this information coming out in the public and this other information coming out in the public, and it's causing questions. People were questioning. I just questioned it. Because it's a large variance. So it is 23.4. So half of that variance, starting in 2022 through 2024, when I looked at the details of what was available to me, is due to housing units, and it needs to be explored further. I asked information. This is the first time tonight that we're hearing
Explore
about that.
Florida by who?
Well, I don't know what the difference is, and so that was staff.
So
stated-
you're asking staff to explore this further?
No, I'm just saying it needs to be explored further if we
So-
want to.
Well, if we want to,
Yeah.
we'll need to discuss relevance.
Yeah,
And,
so that's not my
impact.
recommendation. My next point is the other half of a variance is due to differences in assumptions for occupancy and average persons per household. And so why I wanted to address it, and I believe why David had expressed that he wanted to address it, is because 15 to 23% change affects the story on how fast we're growing and can influence major decisions. So I just wanted to look in the details.
Wait, when
Okay.
you
Well,
say,
so real quick, you say it's affecting how fast we're growing, but a lower denominator would actually make the growth projection percentage higher, wouldn't it?
I said it can affect the story of how fast we're growing.
Okay.
So,
All right, go ahead.
yeah.
when you said it can influence decisions, wow, what is going on? Oh, because what we were told is that when we are making decisions, significant policy decisions regarding planning and transportation, those other aspects, we go back to the census number. So if we have
Yeah.
our number that's
But the
quote unquote,
census number was 65,000, and our number that we're using was 74,000.
Using for what?
For
Using for what?
in our budget, in our financial report.
Using for what? For what relevance?
Well, there's
Because I was told it doesn't affect
I mean,
per
we
capita.
don't,
we use
doesn't
it
affect
for ratios. When you say anything per capita, the population number is that per capita number that we're using when we're reporting to the public revenue per capita, debt per capita, expense per capita, other things that are related to that. So it does affect transparency if that number is significantly different.
So I
And
guess maybe
also it
my,
matters if our methodology is different from that of neighboring
Yeah,
cities.
so-
Because if Hutto's methodology is dramatically different than our methodology, and we're reporting that we have a better number per capita than theirs is, or Round Rock or Austin, whatever, but we're using a different formula to calculate the number of people we have, then the per capita comparison is wrong. Might be better, might be worse, but it's definitely not the same because we have a different number of people calculation formula. If we are going to do this and be the only one out there, we no longer can compare apples to apples because we're not counting people the same way the other people are counting people.
But
wait,
hold on.
Jonathan.
To that point, are we comparing points in time or are we comparing trends?
It could be both.
Because if we're comparing
Both.
trends and we change our methodology, then that is
We
much
can
less transparent.
retroactively fix our numbers, and then we
That
can
assumes there's
have
something to fix.
accurate
I'm sorry,
trends.
Jonathan, you had
yeah,
something to say?
and maybe I'm just getting a little bit confused on some of this, but I think that based on the presentation we saw a few minutes ago, that population number and that methodology is really our communications number, if you will. And so I want to go back to the question of to what end or what outcome would a different number be used for, if that makes sense. In other
Yeah,
words,
the relevance
if
question.
there is a, I'm saying it a slightly different way for my brain,
Yes,
as opposed
thank
to
you.
Doug brain. And so I guess that's where I'm trying to wrap my head around is, I think different numbers are surely used for different purposes, depending on what it is we're trying to do, what a given project is, if it's the strategic plan, whatever. And so is there, I think it's a question for you, Melody, is there a particular use case or example maybe of something where you think it's a material difference that would make sense to change a methodology for a particular project? Or because the communication number is PR, right? It's what goes on the
Can I-
sign.
So I think over time, depending on our assumptions that we use in the formula, and depending on the housing conditions and the market conditions that change, it could change our trend if we're using a blended rate versus a segmented rate. And so I wanted to just understand how it was happening, look at some of the details that I received from the other methodologies that other cities.
Expand on that more because
Okay, so I'd like to go through this, show this information, and then
Yeah, let's keep moving it
yeah.
forward.
So from my understanding of what I was told prior to today was that the current formula on the right provided by the city was that we had, the actual formula was we had 82,222. We had 2.85 persons per household. We said all of our units are 100% occupied. And that was what we got. And so from there, I calculated we must have 28,800.
So you were told, wait, she's shaking her head.
I
You
don't know if
you
we said 100% occupied. I don't.
Well,
We
you
just-
said that
No.
you don't use an occupancy rate
Yes.
because the number is, so
That's-
if you
So that
don't
is-
use it.
Yeah, but
then
that's
it's
not
one.
saying 100%
That's not
occupied. That's saying we're
100%.
not using an occupancy rate.
No, we said we weren't using.
Okay.
We didn't say we were using 100%.
Well, not using an occupancy rate is saying that you're using a number of one.
That's not
right?
saying that.
2.85 times.
No, that's not saying that. That's saying we're not including that
Okay,
as a
so
variable.
the effective formula though is 2.85 times 28,000.
It assumes elasticity in 2.85, that you don't use an occupancy percentage.
So let's use an example of the elasticity of the vacancy rate. So we build 2 apartment complexes this year, right? So we'll say it's 1,000 units total. I don't know how fast that's going to fill up, but if I did a sample that day and the census came out and said, we're going to do our sample, here's your number. You have 70% occupancy rate. Okay. This is a scenario, right? Not real numbers. I mean, you're going to constantly be chasing that variable around as units fill up. It was in 2008 when that conversation, which a similar conversation happened then, the decision was made not to include that because it just added too much elasticity.
Sure, so but effectively the formula is the same, right? Because
Sure,
you
sure,
said.
let's move forward.
Okay, I mean, okay.
No reason to belabor.
Yeah, so, in this example with recommended components, so I just had to calculate 28,850 based on the 82,000 divided by the 2.85. So, the 28,882 that I have is from a TCAD report. And that had information about single family versus multifamily and mobile home. And so those were the number of units that was in the TCAD data. The occupancy rate is from the US Census. They produce a quarterly occupancy rate for housing and a separate one for rental. That is for all of the 75 largest metropolitan areas in the U.S.
So
And
the
this one is
resolution
for,
on that is the metropolitan area?
yeah, is the Austin metropolitan
okay.
area. So this is an example. And then the persons per household in the 2024, the information on the 2024 census website has a breakout of owner occupied persons per household and rental occupied persons per household. Now, there's some nuance in there, but for simplicity's sake, I just used that, did the owner for the single family, the renter for the multifamily. And so when you had those 3 components segmented by type, using the occupancy rates from the U.S. Census, using the persons per household from the U.S. Census, the American Community Survey, then the number for generally the same, it's 32 units different. It was 74,200.
Right,
So
but you
that's
used a metropolitan service area number for occupancy,
Yeah, and that was
is
for-
not going to have an appropriate resolution to our city. You said you had more details. Is that the next slide?
Wait.
I'm
So
sorry.
this is an example, and so that's why I wanted to have a discussion and get more detail
But
about
it's an example with
with
a
data.
9.7% assumption and a 1.5%
Yeah, per the-
assumption on single family.
Yeah, that's per
which does
quarter
not seem
4.
relevant for Pflugerville. Kimberly, you had a comment?
Mayor, if I may, I am feeling a little bit uncomfortable right now, and let me express why. We have the slides that she presented up on the slide for everyone to see. And just like we had a gentleman in here taking pictures of that, this could go out as potentially as
Has gone out.
it is going out. I feel concerned with that. All of us are sitting here, city council with this up here, and it's her opinion right now while we discuss it. I just don't know if I feel comfortable with this being up on the slide. And plus, with the way my bifocals are set up with all of this detail, I definitely would have preferred to have this in hard copy. I apologize for missing this if this went out at 3:30. I don't know when it went out.
It went to me.
But today is a work day for me, and I prepare for city council in advance. And so I don't feel comfortable receiving this information and having it up on the screen at this time in this particular way. I've never had this happen before, so I feel that this is something we need to discuss. Because I don't know if I feel comfortable with this continuing to happen like this, especially just seeing it for the first time.
I do want to allow Ms. Ryan to get through this, but if you go to your next slide, is that how many slides do you have left?
37.
No. No. Yeah.
Can you tell me how many are remaining?
I don't know. 2 or 3.
Okay, let's quickly get
Yes.
through this. I do appreciate that it's not watermarked. I would much in the future appreciate that you watermarked it with your own opinion. If you're
Oh, okay.
planning to,
Sure.
I don't know
I
that we'll
haven't
do
heard
this
that
again,
about-
but let's.
Okay.
Well, because we haven't done anything like
We've
this
never done
before,
it.
and I'm understanding the concerns from my council members.
Okay.
Quickly, what do we have here?
So this is just the discussion that I already had about the differences in methodology. The vacancy, the persons per household, and the unit type segmentation. So one of the reasons that segmenting it by housing type is that in practice, there are typically less people per household in rental units or multifamily that are smaller.
What's your
And
basis
so-
for that assumption?
The U.S. Census.
I believe, Sven, didn't you tell us the U.S. Census does not give us a persons per household by type in a statistically significant way?
Not by building type. And so my assumption is you're probably looking at a 1-year ACS. So you
And I've
have,
also looked at the 5 years.
so
Which you
either
said
way,
is the
not
most
our gold
volatile.
standard.
It's not.
Not our gold
It's
standard.
not statistically significant.
There's a lot more variability in there. So
It's more volatile, is
it
what you
is.
said.
It would
It
not
has a
be
higher
my
standard
first choice in data. They break it there. I don't have every table that they produce memorized. I do know that there's information on renter occupancy rates and owner occupancy rates, but
But that's not
Then-
multifamily or single family.
that's across the board again. So there's going to be residential houses mixed in with the apartment units. So it's not something I could tease out.
Well, and if we're multiplying by the number of housing units we have, we have a brand new apartment complex comes up, we get a great, in Sven's example, 1,000 new units, but we don't have 1,000 new occupied units
Not
right
on
away.
day one.
So, I mean, anything we have where we're changing the number year by year has volatility, but if we're having a bunch of apartment complexes go up, we will have a larger than usual vacancy rate when they first go up. That's one of the things that we have seen. If you look at the 5-year trend, you see that we had very low vacancy rates in 2022. And we're now back up with the vacancy rates now about what they were pre-COVID. Because a
Again,
lot
we're
of
making assumptions. I just
Can
did
we-
a
Apartments
vacancy
were built in
calculation
the
on apartment
in-between.
complex at under 5%.
Can we talk a moment about the persons per household? Because we keep throwing around that there's a multifamily,
Can you-
single
yeah, can you-
family.
yeah.
And I heard
Owner versus
rental and
rental.
owner
Rental,
occupied,
right.
which is different than.
Right. So the census says all these numbers are true. All these numbers are true, right? There's statistical variability on both sides, right? Statistical variability in 1 year, 5-year, centennial. All the numbers are true, statistically speaking. So when we use the average of 2.85, that's still correct. Could we attempt to break it out by renter versus owner? Sure. The average for the area is still 2.85.
At that point in time in 2020. But in the last
So
4
you're-
years.
And we're
we've had-
still using 2020 because it's statistically the gold standard with the least variability.
in the-
So
so
let
in the
me
last-
clarify here real quick. So as I understand, Melody, your recommendation at this point in time, if I can summarize, is to move from using the 2020 standard to using from the census, the 10-year standard,
To the 1
using
year.
the 1-year standard.
So can you go to my next slide? So this was just more detailed, which we've already talked about. So the next slide. So this was a comparison of information that I received from different cities and the different methodology that they're using. So Georgetown, so most of this methodology is from Georgetown. That's what they're using. Some of the other cities are using portions of it. So Georgetown matched their population to the U.S. Census in 2020. We did not. We kept it at 74 instead of matching it to the 65,000. In Georgetown, they segment their single family and multifamily, and they add them into the population count. They have a monthly number. I don't know how often our department does it, but they have a monthly one, and they add the units into the unit count 4 months after the CO to allow for
Okay,
time.
I'm confused. You said that we don't match our population number to the census in 2020.
We did not.
Okay.
We did
but-
not, because we disagreed on dwelling unit counts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we have 2,000,
COs.
3,000 more
We have about 3,000
Yeah.
units. The
units than the
census did not.
census.
So when
And-
I
Which is-
had the TCAD information that they have year built, and I have a source at the last page of this presentation. When I compared the units in the U.S. Census from 2020 to the TCAD numbers that said were built as of 2020, our unit number was fairly close, and it was the same thing in 2021. It was in 2022 to 2024 where we had that big variance that I noticed. So I'm just bringing this forward for discussion purposes.
Right, so for
So, and
discussion,
then-
I'm seeing your column there for your source. The source being the Georgetown is the only one that doesn't use the 2020 census. So comparison cities, you're
No.
saying that's the one difference?
Out of the ones that provided me with information, yeah. So Georgetown, and they had a whole presentation on this. I apparently with their city council, because they provided me with that presentation of where they were discussing this. Especially if you have rapid growth and getting a handle on what your population is. So they add the COs or the unit counts 4 months after it's issued to allow time for the unit to actually become occupied. And so they started with the U.S. population, and then they added new units. And then they do segment their occupancy rate by single family and multifamily, and they use the U.S. Census quarterly MSA report. And then the persons per household, they segment it by single family and multifamily, and they use the U.S. Census, the American Community Survey for 2024. Now, Pflugerville has used the American Community Survey in our Aspire 2040 plan. We did use that in population. I saw it on one of the pages. Happy to provide that. And then here's the other thing: Round Rock, Leander. Round Rock and Leander adjusted their population to match the census. Leander is using units. Georgetown and Round Rock start with the census and add new units, whereas Leander uses the total units. And Round Rock and Leander are using a blended occupancy rate from the U.S. Census. And Pflugerville, to my understanding, we are not using the vacancy rate that was in the U.S. Census, which was about 5%. And Cedar Park does segment their occupancy rate and their units by single family and multifamily and persons per household. So there's various different standards in this general area about how population is calculated. So I just wanted to bring this up as a source of discussion to consider whether we should be using a occupancy rate, or if we should be segmenting the information.
Do you have another slide? Or is that the
yes.
end?
It's just yeah. This is just a recap about what the value, or what I perceive the value of segmenting and using real vacancy and current household size as our housing mix changes and we add more multifamily. So we've gone from generally about an 80-20 split in 2020 to almost a 70-30 split between single family and multifamily. And so a change in housing mix does have an impact on that average person per household. And the 5-year census which is an average of the last 5 years. And all of the years since 2020, the average household has been going down. And it's going down to 2.7, which is just, that does
Well,
cause.
to be clear, it's going down in a less statistically significant way.
Well, the 5 year is an average over the last 5 years. So I think there's less statistical variance in the 5 year report.
Well, but it's still sampling. It's sampling versus counting. So our most statistically significant number is the 2020 census
Right, that's the
number.
most times they've actually gone out and physically
So-
touched something.
I understand that, but the point is that if we are having
That we could have
shifts
a
in
quote unquote
our-
more accurate number.
yeah,
Could you take us to the next slide?
this was just
Is your
the
sources?
presentation of my sources, and,
All right.
and that's
Next,
it.
I'd like to get this to a point where we're
Yeah, that's
off
it.
the screen. Thank you. So my concerns here are, Jonathan, you put it a good way. How did you put it?
Oh, I don't know if I can recall
Re-
that.
re- relevant?
Basically, to what end, or do we believe that we need to have a more accurate number, if that's the
What,
supposition?
you put pros and cons, but the pros were we would have a more accurate number. And so my question is, what is the relevance of that more accurate number, and how much is it worth to you?
Well, I mean, sorry, as a CPA, accuracy is the gold standard. Obviously, you're going to have some variation, but we know that there is not 100% occupancy. We know that to be true. There's homes on the market in the census.
But they already said they're not using them.
We agree.
Well,
they're using one.
No.
They're using a multiple of one. They're saying no vacancy,
But
and there
Sven,
is
but
vacancy.
Sven said that in fact that is not a.
but
an
again, I'm
apt
sorry,
comparison.
you're going back
So,
to
yeah.
a more accurate number
So that we
for what
understand.
benefit?
So that we understand the trends of our growth, the impact of the different housing mix as we grow over time. When we're considering different projects, we understand the impact. Our services, all of our different departments look at population as how many people are we going to serve, whether it's parks or police or library. Those are the number of people that are living here in the city have an impact on all of our services.
I've heard that is not the number that we use for planning for those services.
Mayor,
I
can we-
heard
can
that
we-
the
can we-
74,000 number is the number that we're used for that.
To be
Mayor-
clear, I cannot provide the number being proposed because I don't know what single-family units are rentals. We can assume 100% apartments are rentals. I have no idea about single-family.
All right, so let
I have
me-
no way to apply that variable.
That would just mean that the number would be higher, but not if we don't use rental, obviously there's a lot of nuances that you can go into, but there are differences in our methodology between different cities. And so there is a vacancy rate that is provided in the 2020 US Census. And so I think that it is relevant to use that. It is relevant to know how our population changes based on how our housing mix is.
That vacancy rate is segregated by rental and owner occupied, or by
There was an
multifamily?
There's a global one as
average.
well. Yeah, and again,
So let me, Sven, I hate to cut you off there,
No,
but
you're
let me pose the question to council. We have heard this item that was requested for discussion by Melody and David. Based on the information that this council has heard, what I'm looking for this evening is whether or not we need to have a discussion and action item to change our methodology in the future, if there is relevance and desire to act on any of this discussion tonight. So I would ask the council, since we are in work session, this would be direction, not action, whether or not we want to continue this conversation and make any consideration in the future. So I'm asking that of my
Before
council.
we make that decision, I'd like to answer Jonathan's question, which I've been trying to answer now for 20 minutes. Why does this matter? And it's about apples to apples. And it's about our presentation to the outside world. Okay? If Hutto says they're growing at 5%.
We didn't have Huddle on the screen, so I don't necessarily have an evaluation of whether
Round
that's
Rock,
apples to apples.
Leander, Cedar Park, whatever. They say we're growing at 5%, and we say we're growing at 10%. But we're not using the same method for counting the number of people. We're using a different method that makes the number of people we have appear larger than it actually is. So we're cheating when we make our presentation to the outside world if we are giving them numbers that are using a very different formula from what everybody else is. And make no mistake, we are using a very different formula because we do not true up to the census, and everybody else did that. So
David,
we're
you're-
saying that our starting number is 15% higher than what the census says it is. And everybody else says their their starting number is what the census says. We are not using apples to apples. And by the way, if you're somebody from the outside who's looking at where they're going to do business, and you look at census numbers, and you go, okay, well, this is how big they are. And then you go to Pflugerville, and they're like, oh no, the census is wrong by 15%. But nobody else in the area says that. What does that do to the credibility of the city of Pflugerville? From an outsider's point of view, it makes us look like we're not being straight up.
So
And we should
Hold
be
on.
straight up.
So David, I appreciate your conversation on relevancy. I'm going to tell you that from a numbers perspective, it's counterproductive. And the reason I say that
It's
is because
counterproductive to be accurate in your numbers? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's counterproductive in terms of growth trends as you're arguing. Because a growth trend is going to be a percentage of growth, and if we start with a larger number, our growth trend percentage is going to be smaller. If we reduce that denominator, it's going to look like we're growing faster.
Unless we
Not
actually
in-
adjust to the average persons per household through the 5-year census.
But that is a
estimates.
statistically less significant
The-
value.
the-
So I
the
take
1
the
year versus
conversation,
the
I'm
5.
sorry, I will take the conversation back to the council. Hey, look at that. We do have, if you go to your screen, you have the option. I'd be asking for a motion from the council on whether or not we want to continue this conversation and consider the changes that Melody has discussed tonight.
So I think my biggest question, or where my brain is right now on that, is I think if we were to do anything else with this, we would need to be sure to separate out do we have projects or programs that are using a population number, and do we believe that there is incremental value for the effort to make it presumably
Did you hear
more
your
accurate?
word? Did you hear your own word? Incremental. That's my problem. We literally had the slide, and the mayor's much nicer than me. We don't use that number, that quote unquote bragging number for infrastructure studies. We don't use that number for revenue projections. We don't use that number for permitting forecasts. So what I would, I guess,
the slide
hold on.
and the statements of the witnesses are not consistent.
That is great that you're talking. That's my turn. So one of the things that
I'm sorry, Mr.
one of
Filibuster.
the things that I would like to say, because he's arguing the opposite. So he and him and Melody, frankly, are arguing the opposite. They're saying that this is actually being used in germane ways that actually are substantially impacting how we do business. I would love to know where, outside of bragging rights, as we articulated so well,
bragging
this
rights
is being
is
wait, hold on. Outside of bragging rights, if we're going to have any homework, do that. Outside of bragging rights, where else do we use this number that's being developed for that as well? Because if you're telling me in these main areas that we're not using it over here, to Jonathan's point, it's incremental at best right there as well. I can understand what David's saying about accuracy. I understand what you're saying, Melody, about accuracy. But if it's nothing that's hurting or not hurting, impacting significantly how we do business, then okay, we have a number that sure, do whatever you want with calculations.
So, but you did say industry standard was important, and there are various industry,
That's part of the problem, right? Because
So, but we're not an industry standard there.
No. Let's not be clear. Let's be clear. It's not that we're not in industry standard, is that there's various different ways to actually get to the industry standard, as you conveyed to us regarding the different tables that are available to us, and why you don't use the 1 year, why the 5 year is better than the 1 year, but why the centennial is the actual standard that we utilize for that we have used for there.
So at this point, Melody, I would ask if you have a motion. I know,
Yeah.
but I want us to take action
let's
on
put it
whether or not we continue this discussion and this comes up again, or if this is the end of the discussion on the topic.
Perhaps direction or consensus?
Yes, for consensus and yes.
Right.
And we can take a
So-
vote for that, correct?
Well, you can hold the.
We can
members.
poll.
Yes, but I wouldn't use the word motion.
Okay.
So I do want to point out that transparency when we use per capita numbers, when we do put it into our financial statements that we're evaluated on, when we put it into our budget, when we tell the people what is the debt per capita, this absolutely does affect that number. And so my recommendation is that we give this further consideration, that to staff to address the different methodologies of Round Rock and Leander and the neighboring cities where they are using segmentation and they are using the vacancy rate from the 2020 census, which was around 5% for Pflugerville.
All right. I appreciate that. I'd like to hear from the council now. Caesar.
Mayor, I'm fine with the current methodology. However, if you would like to have a work session in the future, I'd support that. But for now, I'm fine with the current methodology.
Kimberly.
I echo Caesar.
Okay. Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'll make one more comment too, because we were talking about economic development and development community. PCDC, I believe they purchase a number from somewhere, or at least the ones that they publish on the website.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's yet another different number. But,
There are various numbers for different purposes.
Yeah.
Melody.
I would like to have further discussion.
David.
Of course, I want to have further discussion about it. I'd like an accurate number.
I feel comfortable. If you want to go ahead and have a lunch and learn on this, sure. But I feel comfortable.
I feel comfortable with where we're at. So that will bring this item to the close. I apologize for my naivete. I expected us to be able to get through a couple other items. We will adjourn our work session, take approximately a 3-minute recess before we convene our regular session this evening. Thank you all for sitting around and witnessing this. We will be back in just a few moments. As of this moment, work session is closed.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you. right. We'll get our final council member up here on the dais.
Look at you calling folks.
All right. Good evening, everyone. The time is 7:08. I'd like to call to order this January 13th regular council meeting. At this point, I would like to, first of all, recognize the people in the room. I want to take a moment to recognize our knowledgeable and our dedicated staff who are here late this evening, either to provide support or to educate us on many items. I'd like to thank our committed vendors and consultants who I know are here, who are doing great work or hoping to do great work for us following this agenda. And of course, we could not do this all. We do this all for the citizens who are here with us this evening. Thank you for taking an interest and showing up. As I call this meeting to order, I would ask that you please rise and join me in our pledge to the U.S. flag, our Texas pledge, and if you'll remain standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee,
Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you all. You may be seated. This takes us to the portion of our agenda that is reserved for public comment. I need to read this to inform you what's going to happen, but generally we get to hear from you, but we don't get to respond because it's an item that's not posted on the agenda. So in accordance with the Texas Attorney General opinion, any public comment that is made on an item that is not on the published final agenda will only be heard by council. No formal action, discussion, deliberation, or comment will be made by the City Council. Each person providing public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. I have 3 people who have signed up, and I will ask for any others following. I will begin with Rachel Lee. If you would come forward, bring yourself to the podium, and we would love to hear from you.
Hi. My name is Rachel Lee, and I'm speaking tonight in order to advocate for and hopefully gain maybe some clarity regarding a potential road project. I am a resident of Parkway Drive, and it is a residential street, but it doesn't actually belong to a specific neighborhood here in Pflugerville. The street is home to many families with kids, but unfortunately we do not have sidewalks. In addition to this, the road is in pretty rough shape. It's had a lot of repairs over the years, and it's left it pretty bumpy. There's no curbs, so the sides kind of disintegrate. As you can imagine, all of these things together, this road's bumpy, cars are kind of veering to avoid any of these bumps. The sides are crumbling, there's no sidewalks, there's kids. It brings a real safety concern. A couple years ago, actually maybe like a year and a half ago, we received some notice that there was potentially going to be a project to put sidewalks there, but we haven't actually heard anything about that since. We've reached out to some people in the city government, but haven't really received any kind of update. So my purpose here tonight is just to advocate for this project, put a face to something that I think is really important, and to speak up for my street and to hopefully speak up for some of these kids and families. I want them to stay safe and to, I know not tonight because it's not on the agenda, but maybe at some point get some clarity on timelines for this project. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for speaking up on this item. I imagine there may be some folks from staff who may pull you aside here in a moment to discuss your concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that neighborhood's kind of been my hobby horse over the last 5 years.
Indeed, I believe we do have some CDBG projects in the area.
I just hope that that staff can inform her about everything that the city has been doing in that neighborhood. for the CDBG projects, as you point out, for the lights and the roads and the water and the creeks and all of the things over there. But it's definitely something that the city has been aware of. And in fact, former Mayor Gonzalez met with the folks over there right before they were annexed back in 2008. I don't know if he mentioned that to you or not, but I know that that is something that has long been on the city radar. And of course, that neighborhood was developed before it was in the city, so it wasn't developed to city specs at the time. That's important background, I think.
Thank you for that factual information that we are allowed to produce.
You're welcome, Mr. Mayor.
The next speaker we have tonight will be Mr. Craig Reinecke. Craig, if you'd come forward, come to the podium. You'll hear the beep for the 3 minutes. What do you have to tell us?
Okay. Good evening, and good evening. Congratulations, Mayor Doug Weiss and Jonathan Kaufman. Glad to see that y'all have made it, and hopefully we'll get to join hands and continue to work. I am Craig Reinecke. I am the secretary of Strong Towns Pflugerville. We're a very new organization, and Pflugerville proudly calls Texas the trail capital of Texas, and that's something very much worth celebrating. I'm very happy about that happening, about getting that designation. They connect our parks, neighborhoods, and our families. They reflect our values and our health, access, quality of life, but they don't exist in isolation. They truly live up. To live up to the title, we also need safe streets to allow people of all ages and abilities to reach those trails and use them. Having trails, there is a lot of disconnection between some of them, and I know we're working on a lot of those things. That connection matters even more in light of the recent fatal crash in the community. The tragedies. There was a crash on FM 685. There was a fatality there, and it's a matter of these kinds of tragedies are not just there. It happens all over the place, where it just ensures that we need to that we need to have really good plans to have safer streets, to make sure we have preventable loss, design and make sure that we're designing streets for safety and for everyone. The Strong Towns is focused on practical community-driven action. We've adopted the Gilliland Creek and are hosting a cleanup on January 31st. It's going to be a frigid, fun time. If anyone wants to join us, we'll be doing some cleanup on the river, because we care about the public. We want to make sure that it's a place for everyone. Again, we're also proud that we've built a bench, a handmade bench that we're going to be presenting to the rec center. It's been decorated and painted and sealed and ready to be able to put out there. We're all about giving back to the community, and our focuses are with starting small, listening to residents, and building Pflugerville that works for everyone, whether you're driving, biking, walking, or pushing a stroller. We're very much in a car-centric world where everything goes around cars, and by doing that, we ignore our elderly who are no longer able to drive, and we ignore the youth that don't have that ability to get out. Having those trails definitely helps to work a lot of that. We just need to make sure that all those things are connected. If anyone wants to learn more about Strong Towns Pflugerville, strongtownspf.org. We are finishing up our nonprofit status. Thank you so much, and congratulations to the start of a great new year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you for sharing your comments with us tonight. I have one more person signed up. That is Chelsea Burkett. Chelsea, you chose to speak on a topic that is on our consent agenda, so I'd ask you make those comments now, if you would. In case that item doesn't get pulled, we'd love to have you have the opportunity to make those comments.
Great. All right. Well, my name is Chelsea Burkett. And I'd first like to begin by thanking the City Council and the Mayor for your time and your commitment to serving this community and your leadership within this community. I'm here today to voice very strong support for agenda item 4F, which is on the consent agenda, approving a letter of understanding with the Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center. It is my privilege to serve this community as a board member of the Pflugerville Parks Foundation and previously as a member of the Pflugerville Parks and Recreation Commission. Over the years, expanding native plantings and restoring natural ecosystems has been a consistent priority at Parks Foundation meetings, commission meetings, and also there was a specialized subcommittee from the commission as well focused on pollinators. We see tremendous opportunity to protect the environment, strengthen our ecosystem, and support the pollinators that sustain it. The Parks Foundation is aligned with the Pflugerville Parks Department in the belief that Pflugerville must do more to create pollinator pathways and native habitats. A partnership with the Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center brings the scientific expertise, guidance, and credibility needed to implement these efforts thoughtfully and intentionally. Today, we ask that the council not only approve this letter on the consent agenda, but also to visibly support the work that will follow. Transitioning to native landscapes requires planning, intensive communication, and also community education. There will be moments when residents may assume that areas are being neglected. So when they're actually in fact being intentionally unmowed or undergoing some level of habitat restoration. For this program to succeed, we must use our collective voices to answer questions, share benefits, and help the public understand the purpose and value. This partnership with the Wildflower Center lays the foundation for this effort, helping us tell the story while creating meaningful environmental and financial benefits, from thriving pollinator ecosystems to reducing long-term maintenance costs for taxpayers within the community. So please approve this item and please help carry this message forward. Pflugerville is ready to lead by example, and this is a powerful step towards a greener, healthy future for our city and its residents. So once again, thank you for your time. And I look forward to hopefully not hearing many comments on this, but if there is, I look forward to hearing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. I appreciate your comments on that. Those are the three people who signed up for public comment. I'll ask at this time, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to take 3 minutes to address the council? Seeing none, we'll move forward to item 4 on our agenda. Item 4 is our consent agenda. The consent agenda are items that may be acted upon in one motion. From my perspective, council, these are items that are generally non-controversial or have been reviewed in previous work sessions, previous workshops, or are enactions of previously approved items, such as through our budget or our master plans, which is why they are included on the consent agenda. At this point, I would ask if there are any items on the consent agenda that council wishes to pull.
4B.
Hearing 4B is in Baker. Any other items, council? Krista, I'd ask at this point, could you read the consent agenda for us?
Yes, sir. Item 4B has been removed from the consent agenda. 4A is approving an ordinance on first and final reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, adopting the First Amendment to the FY26 budget for the City of Pflugerville and providing an effective date. Again, item 4B has been pulled from the consent agenda. All remaining items may be acted upon in a single motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from David and a second from Rudy, I believe. I get to hit this button.
Yeah.
All votes are in. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Thank you for those items. Any of those in the audience here who were here for the consent agenda today, right now would be an opportune time to sneak out. But we will continue with our meeting.
What if they want to hang out?
Yeah, but you're supposed to say they're welcome to stay.
You're welcome to stay and witness the excitement that is our council meeting.
This meeting's just getting good.
Oh, it only gets better from here.
I know.
Indeed.
It looks like a few people took the invitation.
I want to make sure everyone understands where we are. So that brings us to item 5 on our agenda. Item 5A is to conduct a public hearing and consider approving the first reading of an ordinance with a caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending ordinance number 1203-15-02-24 of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, as amended by rezoning Lot 2C of the Lot 2 Pflugerville Industrial Park replat consisting of approximately 2.01 acres located along the east side of Weiss Lane, generally southeast of the Kelly Lane and Weiss Lane intersection, from Light Industrial LI District to General Business 1 GB1 District in the City of Pflugerville, Travis County, Texas, to be known as the PFL Weiss Investments LLC rezoning, REZ 2025-00477, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. With that, I believe our Planning and Development Services Director, Ashley Bailey, will be providing us with a presentation.
Don't forget to breathe, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, the item before you tonight is a rezoning. This is, you can see on here, it's the tract marked with a star. It is on the east side of Weiss. It's just north of Aventura Way or Hidden Lake Crossing. It's kind of just across the street from where Kinderhouse Daycare is, and just south of that Texaco that you may all be familiar with. There we go. So you can see in 2006, this property was annexed and zoned as part of a larger development, and it was zoned as agricultural conservation. In 2008, Pflugerville Industrial Park plat created 4 lots. It was then rezoned to light industrial, and then a replat created Lot 2C. The General Business District, or GB1 District, accommodates a full range of retail and office uses with citywide and even regional trade area. Of course, we all know the Weiss area. So example uses, you could have personal services, restaurant, daycare, financial institutions, or banks. This is part of the Blackland Prairie District, which was really to promote efficient development formats, encourage neighborhood mixed use, promote housing diversity, and then also maintain some of the agriculture. So you can see here, it is just that small little pinkish red portion where the floodplain is that was carved out. Neighborhood, retail, office, commercial, new uses and building types. So you could have mixed use neighborhood scale, community scale, neighborhood office and commercial. You could even have a neighborhood shopping center, civic, recreation. With that, I will let you know this is a downzoning essentially from light industrial to that GB1 district because we're going from industrial to that commercial district. So the recommendation is to approve this on the first reading, approve the first reading of this ordinance, regarding the PFL Weiss Investments LLC rezoning. This does support the economic and business development as well as the residential and no development goals of the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan. Planning Commission recommended approval 6-0 on December 1st. Last year. So with that, it is also a public hearing.
All right. And Ms. Bailey, I'd ask for rezoning from LI to GB1. That's generally considered I'm going to say a decrease in zoning, a less intense use.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Bailey?
This is the one directly north of the Shell station, is that correct?
So this is actually directly north of, there's really
Not
nothing
Shell,
in it. It's not, the
Texaco.
Texaco is north.
Okay.
And then there's an intervening tract, then there would be this tract, and then to the south is the commercial tract that has taken a very long time. It used to have a Montessori sign up. It has taken a very long time to develop.
Gotcha. Okay.
Any other questions, council members? This is a public hearing. At this point, I would ask if there is anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item. I have one person who is indicated. Please come up to the podium. If you would, state your name and begin your comments.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Sarah Norman. I'm the applicant. Thank you for your help tonight. I just wanted to let you guys know I'm here in case there are any questions I could answer.
Oh, certainly. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Why the downzoning?
We own the 3 buildings behind Lot 2C.
Who's we?
CB Capital, PFL Weiss Investments. Thank you for coming to our groundbreaking. We appreciate your support. We, over the years, we bought the property in 2022, I want to say, when we did the replat and made Lot 2C its own individual lot, and just noticing over that time how the neighborhood has developed, we think GB1 is a more appropriate use to serve the neighboring community that surrounds us.
Thank you. Council, any other questions for the applicant at this time? Anyone else from the public wishing to provide comment on this rezoning?
Mayor, I'll motion to close public comment.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Ruiz and a second from either Jonathan or Kimberly.
Do paper, rock, scissors.
Nope, Kim got it.
Too late, the slides, that's it.
And the public comment is closed. Now I would ask if there is a
Move to
consideration.
approve.
Second.
I have a motion from David and a second from Jonathan. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you.
I think you're going to stick around as I read this next item. That will move us to item 5B, conduct a public hearing and consider approving the first reading of an ordinance with a caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending ordinance number 1203-15-02-24 of the City of Pflugerville as amended by rezoning Lot 6, Warner Heights, addition consisting of approximately 2.78 acres from agricultural development reserve to single-family estate district in the city of Pflugerville, Travis County, Texas, to be known as the 604 K Lane rezoning, REZ 2025-00467, providing for a repeal of conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Ms. Bailey.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. So you can see from this map, again with the yellow star on here, it is just really directly south of here. K Lane is just a small little cul-de-sac, just right south of the Justice Center Drive, with mostly the larger estate size lots. So what you have here outlined then again in yellow is going to be the subject lot. It is going to be two inside. You may just be used to seeing K Lane because you'll pass by HTO. But there are several lots back in that little neighborhood. So what you can see here's 1995, the city led an annexation. There was a petition for rezoning at that time to agricultural development reserve. That is actually in the UDC, but also it's supposed to be a 3-acre lot size. So this is a legally non-conforming lot because it's not quite at that 3 acres that you can see from the staff report. The proposed rezoning at this time is to look at single-family estate, which is still a larger lot size at 1/2 acre. And this is just sub 3 acres, so conceivably they would get about 2 lots based on lot width and access for driveways. So again, single-family estate is intended to address larger lot, single-family development with lots larger than 1/2 acre. Residential uses are allowed, so you could have an accessory dwelling unit or ADU, you could have a single-family home detached. You could have some non-residential uses as far as a golf course or country club. It's a little small for that. Some government facilities, possibly a park or playground, a church or a place of worship, or a public school.
You could put a pitch and putt there.
You might be able to.
It could be a mini golf place. Maybe Peter Pan could open an annex up here.
A single
Be a
disc
very
golf.
mini golf. You do have some conditional usabilities as far as an amenity center or utilities. Also unlikely or specific use you could do either a private or parochial school. The land use goal for the 2040 Aspire plan is to provide homeownership opportunities that encourage residents of diverse backgrounds and housing preferences to make Pflugerville home. This does help with that goal because we would be able to then see this lot platted and potentially add at least one more home to that area. So the recommendation is to approve the first reading of this ordinance regarding 604 K Lane. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 6-0 on December 1st of 25. And we may have some residents here to speak at the public hearing. There were some concerns at P&Z about traffic on K Lane, specifically related to 685 and being able to exit their street.
All right, Ms. Bailey, if I may kick it off with one question. Would this lot have any access from Justice Center Drive?
So they could, because they do have right-of-way over there, but they would have to get the right-of-way permit from the city. If that's how they chose to replat it, that would be a bridge that we would cross at that point. I would say more likely it would be off of K Lane just because the residential nature and Justice Center being really more of a commercial. Even though it is a public street, it is really more of a commercial public street.
Okay, thank you. Council members, any questions for Ms. Bailey at this point in time?
I had a question. So this zoning allows lots that are at least half acre is the minimum?
Yes.
So, but you said there's only 2, but this lot size would allow for more than 2 half-acre lots, correct?
It could, although with the lot size and the driveway separations, it's unlikely that it would be able to develop into more lots. I mean, just hard math, 2.7, you could get a few half-acre lots. What you're going to look at more is the access, the lot widths, and just being able to fit all of that in there. That would be a little bit more difficult to be able to fit all that in there. You can see just one to the west-ish, northwest-ish of this lot. That one was also separated into 2. And I can also disclose the applicant for this had said that they just want to split it into 2.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, at this point in time, we do have a public hearing, so I would ask if there is anyone from the public wishing to make comment on this item. This is your opportunity if you'd like to comment on the item. I see no one rising.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Motion to close is successful. At this time, I would ask council members if you have further questions or if you would like to make a motion on approving this rezoning.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Rudy and a second from David.
As long as we get a pitch and putt.
No, it has to be Peter Pan.
All right, the rezoning is approved. Thank you, Ms. Bailey. That takes us to the next section of our agenda, that is the regular agenda. Item 6A is discuss and consider an action to approve the appointment of a public utility and engineering director. I believe you do have a, council members, you may have a resume at your seat. Ms. Breland, would you clue us in?
Sure. In accordance to the charter, the council does approve my appointment for department heads, and I will consider this a department head. We are looking to place Matt Rector as the Public Utility and Engineering Director, and as he makes his way to the podium, I'll talk about him. He most recently served as the city engineer and the Executive Director of Development and Infrastructure for our neighboring city of Hutto, and previously as the Public Works Director for the city of Taylor. He worked in the private sector and a project manager and land development team led by MWM Design Group and Half Associates. He is also a United States Marine Corps veteran. He worked as an engineer with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. He holds a Master's of Science in Engineering Management and a bachelor's degree in Civil Engineering from the Missouri University of Science and Technology. In his free time, you will find him working out in the gym, reading leadership and management books for some odd reason, outside playing with his grandson, cooking with his wife, or playing a lively game of paintball. Don't mess with him with his 3 adult sons. I welcome to hopefully our team, Matt Rector, and you're welcome to ask him very kind questions.
Mr. Rector, thank you for joining us here this evening. I would ask if council has any questions for such an esteemed individual.
What do you see as the challenges over the next couple of years for Pflugerville? Opportunities.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here. I think the biggest challenge, and I don't know that this is going to come as a surprise to anybody in Central Texas. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have to face is water. I've said this in multiple venues, so I don't think it's any super big secret. We like to believe that we are living in the Midwest or the Northeast, and we are not. Simply, we are in an arid region, and water is at a premium, and we are running out of sources, and we're running out of infrastructure, and we are one of the fastest growing regions in Texas. So the two things are diametrically opposed. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges. I have been a proponent of looking at alternatives such as xeriscaping, green infrastructure, those kind of things to reduce water consumption. I've also been a big proponent, especially in my current role in Hutto, of trying to facilitate looking at things like direct potable reuse or other alternatives to add water back to the system. And so I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we're going to face, especially as the water's not going to get any cheaper. That's just reality, unless we can find some magic source. And so we have to figure out how to balance all the thing to keep things basically at a status quo. It's kind of what I think my challenge.
So Matt, to your point, and I think you've heard a lot from TCEQ and LCRA regarding the subject in Central Texas, saying that we need to look for other ways to discover water sources while at the same time conserve. And you've seen how not only varied but intentional the Pflugerville plan is regarding the various different options to make sure that we do actually provide accessibility to water for our citizens in the future right there as well. Is that something that you looked at and took into consideration as you were looking to see moving in from another high growth city to another high growth city here?
Are you talking about the Pflugerville plan in particular?
Yeah.
I didn't really dig deep into what the differences are between Hutto and Pflugerville. I know that it's a problem facing our region in general. I've talked to Manville, I've talked to BRA, I've talked to EPCOR Recharge, I've talked to Hutto, I've talked to Georgetown, I've talked to all the different cities. Everybody's doing the same thing. And so it's not something that I really dug into. It's just kind of me looking at the situation saying, I think these are the best possible solutions out there, and then trying to figure out if there's any alternatives that I'm overlooking.
So let me pick up on Rudy's question, because I do think that there are some substantial differences between Hutto and Pflugerville in terms of how we're dealing with water. Obviously, Pflugerville has approved a very, very large water investment where we're bringing all this water from the lower Colorado River up here. We're looking at the possibility of bringing some water down from up north from the neighboring river basin. And I know that Hutto is having some concerns right now about their growth of their water supply. What are your thoughts about local, not regional, but very local cooperation with water and what Pflugerville can do from an engineering standpoint with our friends in Hutto and Manor, assuming that we have more water and more wastewater capacity than we can use locally? How can we engineer to assist our neighbors who may not have sufficient capacity at this time?
So this is something that this is why I was really a big proponent of trying to get to DPR, direct potable reuse, while I was in Hutto, because I saw that as a potential for Hutto to change the situation, to change the conversation. Because if you could get to that position where you're in Hutto specifically, right? They have 3 different water suppliers. They have their own CCN, they have Jonah Water, and they have Manville Water. All of that water is then treated by Hutto's wastewater treatment plant. And so my stance was, if you can get to a direct potable reuse situation, then you're effectively getting donations, if you will, from other water providers for free that you're then converting back into usable water that you can sell back to your residents, or you could sell to other municipalities, other SUDs, special utility districts, or water supply corporations. You guys in Pflugerville, you're actually ahead of us because you're already doing some reuse systems.
It's already built into the system,
yes.
And we got the approval from the state on that.
And so, I was actually, without you guys knowing it, I was actually trying to race, and I was just behind the curve. And so I think that's something that Pflugerville has that Hutto doesn't, is that you're already out in front of that. And so if you could get to that solution, especially with you having the extra sources of water, then you could get to a position where now you are using that direct potable reuse type situation to then turn around and sell water to your neighbors, which puts you in a better financial position.
Especially given how large our CCN is.
Right.
And what do you think of in terms of the timetable for moving forward with that sort of thing?
Well, it's not a quick process, right? Because there's a lot of public outreach that has to go into that process because, just the communication with the public and getting them to understand. A lot of people, when they start hearing the concept of direct potable reuse,
DPR sounds a little scary at first, right?
There's some real intimidations there. So it's a lot of education, a lot of working through the public, it's a lot of going through TCEQ and jumping through all those hoops to get them on board and get them to support whatever it is that you whatever your actual engineering solution ends up being, the location, all that kind of stuff. So typically what I've heard ballpark to get to this type of solution is 8 to 10 years. Now, what I will tell you is my history in Hutto is everybody told me that things would take a long time to get anywhere, and I compressed all of those timelines, and I was able to move a lot of things very rapidly. And so because I come at things with somewhat of a private sector mentality, and somewhat of a federal government mentality, as well as a city mentality, I'm able to bring all of those together and try to find ways to compress timelines and move things a little bit faster than a lot of typical city engineers would.
How long were you in the private sector?
Most recently, I was in the private sector for about 4.5 years.
And that was immediately before working for Hutto?
Before I went back to working for Hutto.
And you were at Hutto for 4 years?
I've been at Hutto for 3 years.
Okay.
Yes.
And you were at Hutto before the private sector as well.
Yeah. That's correct.
Mr. Rector, I'm really excited about how candid you're being with your expectations and how excited you seem about the opportunity. Many people would find it rather daunting, but you seem to be ready to face it head on, which I imagine also goes back to your experience as a Marine. I would ask council members, do we have any other questions for Mr. Rector?
I was just going to add a while ago, they said you're a Marine, so I was about to make a crayon joke because I was Navy. But I looked up and I recognized you, and I don't know if you know this, but back in 2002, we were literally neighbors. La Frontera.
Oh, really?
I was stationed out there, and so I'm looking at your resume, and I bring that up because I'm looking at your resume, and I hate it when people say I'm proud of you, but man, I'm proud of you. You've come a long way.
Thank you.
And so, congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Kimberly, Jonathan, any questions? Kimberly would like to make a motion. Go for it.
Oh, he's got big shoes to fill.
Oh, absolutely.
He does.
So my question was, are you excited and do you love talking about water? Does it make you giddy? Do you dream about it? Things like that.
I would not say that I dream about it, but I do tend to geek out on in fact, when I was doing my interview, I took it into a very big rabbit hole of talking about water and wastewater. And I was like, oh, wait, there's not just engineers in there, and we have to bring it back to a larger conversation.
Perfect. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve Matthew Rector for the position of Public Utility and Engineering Director.
Second.
All right, Trustee, you can pick one of the seconds.
We welcome you.
Thank you.
You are approved unanimously. Welcome to Pflugerville.
Thank you.
Stay happy about it.
We have another appointment to approve. Item 6B is discuss and consider action to approve the appointment of an assistant city manager. I believe we also have a second resume in front of us. Ms. Breland.
Sure. As Ms. Roberts makes her way, I want to introduce Flogel Roberts as the candidate for the Assistant City Manager position, bringing you more than 15 years of cross-functional local government experience. She comes to the city of Pflugerville from the city of Port Arthur, Texas. Before leading Public Works, Flogel served as Port Arthur's drainage and traffic engineer. She holds a Master's of Business Administration from Vanderbilt University, a Master of Engineering and a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering with a minor in mathematics, both from Southern University. She has completed the Harvard University Kennedy School of Government Senior Executive in State and Local Government Program and earned the certificate, the Certified Public Manager Certificate in Texas. Outside of public service, she loves spending time with her family and friends, enjoying cultural activities, traveling, reading, volunteering, and watching the New Orleans Saints. So
Whoa.
Who dat?
we welcome you.
I hear a fellow who dat.
All right, all right. Flogel, am I
Yes, sir.
saying that correctly?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Flogel, thank you for being here with us tonight. I'm excited for the opportunity that you're bringing to us. Do I have any questions from council?
She's a Southern grad. That's all I need to
I'm
hear.
gonna ask the same question. What opportunities and challenges do you see for Pflugerville in the next 2 years in your role?
I'd have to say the growth. There's a lot of growth in the area, and so it's ensuring that the infrastructure aligns with the amount of growth that we're seeing in the area. So infrastructure and growth, but growth first, then infrastructure. If that makes sense.
Tell us about your capstone at the University of Houston.
So to let everyone know, my capstone was reviewing and changing the culture within the Department of Public Works at the City of Port Arthur. So when I came into my position, I sat down with the superintendents and asked them, okay, well, how would you describe the culture in the department? I heard things. Of course, I had already been working for the City of Port Arthur for a couple of years. But I wanted to hear their perspective. And so they immediately told me, oh, it's not very good. It's toxic.
It's what?
Toxic.
Toxic.
Mm-hmm.
You were told that the Department of Public Works culture at Port Arthur was toxic.
It was toxic.
So what does that
so
mean?
I asked, well, why do you say it's toxic? And so I was told, well, you know, we have a lot of citizens who speak ill of us. Can you hear me? I hear you.
I'm having a little trouble. You have a lot of citizens who don't like the Department of Public Works.
No. They had issues with the infrastructure.
Okay.
And the maintenance of the infrastructure.
Okay.
And so they also felt as though they didn't receive support, not solely from the community, but also from council. And so I made it my mission, one of my missions, to let's change this, because at the end of the day, you really want employees to like where they come into work, because that affects their work product. And of course, that affects the overall community. So I continued speaking with staff to get a better understanding of what could I do to assist them to make their jobs easier. So I would meet with management. I would also meet with several council members and try to understand, because there was a lack of communication between the department and those who had negative thoughts and comments. And and there are some community members who are a little more vocal than others in expressing their
always true.
Yeah, their disappointments. In speaking with them, I realized, for instance, with the community members, I realized that there are some matters that they did not have a full understanding of. And so because they did not have a full understanding of it, if you don't know what's going on, you're going to draw your own conclusions, and you're going to run with that conclusion unless you have someone there to explain what's going on and to correct it. So I would often meet with various community members, continued meeting with staff, met with council members, heard their complaints, and I made sure staff lived up to and addressed whatever the complaints were and lived up to the expectations. Was it difficult? Yes. But it's changing a mindset both within the department and externally, and forming those relationships. and showing where, no, we are making an effort. No, we're not perfect, but we will do whatever we can to ensure that we're meeting your expectations to the best of our abilities. So we started receiving, after some time, we started receiving compliments from community members. So I didn't keep that to myself. We have a bulletin board. So whenever someone calls in, sends an email, everyone is notified of what these comments are. Yes, we hear the negative comments, but oftentimes we don't hear those positive ones. And it's imperative that staff knows the positive stuff that's being said. I also realized that our facilities weren't the best. Public Works, you're in the field, and so you're like, oh, they're rarely here. They're dealing with all this mud and trash, and so they don't really need the top facilities like you may see at a city hall. No, these people still need to come into an environment that is conducive for them to work. So we completed renovations at our Public Works facility. We call it our operations center. And so it now feels like a place where people want to come in and perform their job to the best of their ability. They're happy to come into work. And that's the type of employee that you want. So I hope I answered your question.
Well, let me summarize what I think I heard, and you tell me if I got it right.
Okay.
And I think I've got a follow-up.
Okay.
Okay. So there were a lot of communications issues around the department.
Yes, sir.
People in the department not getting information in and information not getting out to members of the community and council members and other stakeholders in the community. And you worked to improve that communications.
Yes, sir.
There was also a morale problem associated with the fact that there was a substandard facility that they were working in. I trust that you know about the very large investment we're making in Public Works facility here.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully we won't have that particular problem here. Were there other engineering or operational changes that were part of your capstone about changing the culture at the Department of Public Works? Were there other things about how the department worked after you had, pardon my repeating myself, worked on this project for a significant period of time?
And I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Were there other engineering or operational changes that you made within the Department of Public Works aside from the communications and the facilities change?
Yes, so there were some operational changes. So not a whole lot of standard operating procedures were in effect. So I did streamline some of those. I ensured that we worked better with other departments. Oftentimes, you'll have departments that are working in silos. And so while the department accomplished its goals by working in a silo, it still did not accomplish all that it could have in working with other departments. So, that is ensuring that we're communicating, because we review permits. So that's ensuring that we're reviewing these permits in conjunction with not only the Development Services Department, but also the Police Department, because they are also affected and they need to know this information. We are in a heavily industrial area. So, for instance, we have a lot of large industrial equipment that are going to the petrochemical companies in our area. And so we have to coordinate with TxDOT. I'm constantly talking to TxDOT, the Beaumont district, and also in our area office and our police department, and ensuring that all entities that are affected are on one accord. That previously had not been done. So there were some operational activities that changed. It's still ongoing, but it's 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 improved a lot.
Now, I noticed that you had Department of Homeland Security Public Trust Contractor certification. Is that related to the work that you were doing in Port Arthur with the petrochemical industry?
That was prior to Port Arthur.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Council members, any other questions for Flozel?
Mayor, make a motion.
Yes, sir.
A motion to approve Flozel as our new assistant city manager.
Second.
I have a motion for Rudy in a couple of seconds.
Just don't show up at the Longhorn game tomorrow supporting Vandy.
Always.
More educated than Rudy. That's easy.
Quite a few.
So we would like to unanimously welcome you to.
Thank you so much. I look forward to working with you.
All right, that moves us along to item 6C. 6C is discuss and consider action to approve an ordinance on second reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending the City of Pflugerville Code of Ordinances, Title III, Administration, Chapter 31, Departments, Boards, and Commissions, to amend Section 31.61, 31.62, 31.63, to transition the Equity Commission to an Equity Advisory Board, to amend Section 31.66, to amend board meeting requirements, to amend Section 31.76, to amend duties of the board, and to amend Sections 31.65 for consistency, providing for this ordinance shall be cumulative and repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and declaring an effective date. I believe we have Assistant City Manager Emily Barone here to speak on the topic.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think there are more words in that caption than there are in the couple of slides I'll show you here.
This on my first day.
This particular item is to adjust the Equity Commission to become the Equity Advisory Board. As you all know, this was established in 2020, and we've struggled to really kind of find actionable items for them. From a commission, it's been a lot of learning and growing in that regard, lots of listening sessions and meeting with the community, but really being able to define those actionable items, which our board members are really well suited to address. And so these amendments really help to clarify some of their responsibilities by establishing what we would term as equity initiatives. We will work with the Equity Advisory Board over their first couple of meetings this year to define what that looks like. The idea being that the council, staff, or a community member could bring forward a certain initiative. For example, currently we have an equity commissioner working with the Planning and Zoning Commission, members of the Parks and Recreation on the Unified Development Code update. And so it's an item that we're working on. We think it's very important to have that lens as well. And so it's those types of initiatives and others is defined as they're brought forward by council, again, staff, or the community that will help them define their role a little bit more clearly. And it's not about removal of the Equity Commission, just providing better goals and alignment for what we need for Pflugerville. And so we're trying to streamline that. We also, I think there's some adjustments to renaming the board from commission to advisory board. That's just really, it could stay commission. It was really just to say, hey, there's been some changes here, and there'll be an advisory board. We're updating the structure, meaning it's going from 7 members to 5. We spent the last year with 5 members. I think this might be the first time we might have more applicants than spots for Equity Commission. Their membership and responsibilities, instead of requirement meetings, they'll meet as needed. And so if they need to meet once a month, twice a month, every other month, that would be established as they look at those particular initiatives. And they'll review those initiatives, recommend actions to strengthen our city policies, programs, and promote community awareness. And so with that, our recommendation is to approve the changes to the ordinance as presented on second reading. You all did approve this on first reading.
I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
why do you feel the need for them to meet on an as-needed basis? And do we not have enough issues around this that they could meet on a more consistent basis? Can you give me a little bit more about that? I guess my concern is if you don't have anyone that's on fire and excited about it, there could be periods where nothing's happening with the Equity Advisory Board and or Commission. And I really pride ourselves on the fact that we have one. So I just want to make sure that doesn't go away, yet we're working.
Certainly. And so was to be less prescriptive so that the commission could better define that. And so, for example, when we were working on the listening sessions, there were periods during the summer where they were focused on that. They didn't need to meet as often. And so, but for example, like working on the UDC, that representative will meet with that group several times and several months in a row. And so it was really to gauge for flexibility on the items that come forward. And certainly we'll establish those at the beginning of every year, as we do with other commissions that have that flexibility in their meeting schedule.
Emily, is it possible to have the default be they meet once a month, and then after that, just, if it's not necessary, just go ahead and cancel the meeting?
Certainly, we could do that.
Yeah.
That's always an option if we establish it. It's also just trying to be mindful of their schedules as well, and kind of what to anticipate.
Yeah, because I think that would address what the Mayor Pro Tem's saying, and
Sure.
especially, she put it best, now more than ever, given everything going on right now. And I appreciate you looking at this and trying to use this as utilizing this committee and these folks and the manner necessary to go make sure that we do have that lens that reflects everybody in the community. From there, just like it's the base and it was formed for.
Yeah, I think this is a really exciting reboot and gives them even more influence and an ability to make change. So I think it's great. And I know this is the second reading, but still supportive.
Absolutely.
It's just very important that we're very clear about the narrative, because some may have the indication that we're ending the Equity Commission. I want to make sure that everyone understands that the issues are still the same. It's still important to us. It's so important to us that we've decided to take a look at the Equity Commission and revamp it. And so I just want to make sure everyone knows who's watching this on replay that we're doing this because it is important to us.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it gets them even more involved.
Yeah, and to that note, can we actually present this out to the public right now and say, what is the difference between calling it an Equity Commission? You might have touched on it a little bit, but
they may want to keep their name.
What's the big difference?
Yeah. Certainly we can do that if this passes, and we can adjust that, and then we'll revamp their website, and we can help promote the advisory board on what their goals are, and that'll be especially important after we work with the board their first couple of meetings to establish kind of how do you submit an initiative or things like that from a public perspective.
I think what I'm asking is, what's the difference between an Equity Commission and an Equity Advisory Board?
It was to draw more attention to it, to that there was a change.
And they wanted, this came from that board.
Mm-hmm.
So want that name changed.
So to be clear to what Councilmember Ruiz is saying, the functioning of the board will not change from what it currently has from there. This allows for more electricity as an advisory board as compared to a commission. Also outside of the required meeting dates and times.
I believe there's also a difference in the composition of the appointees.
It's the number of appointees, and then really defining that they're looking at equity initiatives, and then what they look for when they review those initiatives.
Who can present topics or ideas to them outside of the five? Like
those initiatives can come from council, from staff, or from the community.
Yeah, any member of the public can come to the meetings and say, hey, you got a 3-minute open mic? Here's my idea.
Yeah.
So you had said that they would meet as the need to meet arises. And so my question was, who determines the need to meet if there's not a prescribed cadence?
That's why I say we do once a month.
Right, and there I believe
what was the idea?
The idea was that staff would work with the chair to define that cadences, and the commission or the board as a whole, if there are certain items that they're looking at, having conversations with them about when do you think we'll be ready for your review and analysis of whatever it might be? Or are you needing to participate in other meetings like the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting or something like that to gain that knowledge and provide that input? And so it would be initially with the chair and then ultimately with the board as a whole. We can certainly change, I mean, adding it to once a month and then having that
That's
defined better. We can absolutely do that.
I think that way helps.
Yeah, I would just note that with that particular change, I believe, and I'll check, Stan can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think would trigger a third reading of the item because we're at second reading.
Can that third reading be on consent unless some interesting people pull it?
Yes, sir.
Tell me again how many appointees fill this board? Or this? Five. Okay.
And that's been, we had 7 available. We've had consistent attendance by 5. And appointments by 5.
Since this transitions from a commission to the board, and I imagine there are some individuals who are mid-term, do their terms roll over? Do we need to reappoint individuals who are still in the middle of their term on the commission to this board?
We anticipate those would stay the same.
Good question.
How often is the commission meeting currently, like on average? Like
They meet monthly. Monthly. There have been several times that we've canceled a meeting, whether it was because, well, a couple times we didn't have a quorum, or they were working on a task, or other issues. It's monthly. Typically, towards the end of the year, they've wrapped up their summary, which is a report that you all got. They won't meet in December.
So what would the reading need to look like if it's still scheduled every month, but they have the flexibility based on the needs of this commission or this body that they don't need to have a meeting that month? What would that look like?
Just like we do now. We would, Jennifer Coffey, she's our staff liaison to the Equity Commission, and she would reach out to the chair and have that conversation about, staff doesn't have any items to present. Are there any items you would like to discuss? If the commission or the board doesn't have any, then we would cancel the meeting.
Okay.
I think to that note, I'd like to make sure or find a way to ensure that there is a quorum every month if they do meet. I think that's a problem that they have been having quite a bit, and so we need to ensure that we put the right people on the board.
So they can get it.
When there's been difficulty finding a quorum, is that known in advance, or it's known when people don't show up and everyone else in staff are there? Just because
I would have to look back. What I recall from attending, it's probably been a mix. I think we've shown up sometimes and there's not been a quorum. I would say over the last half year or so, that's gotten much better. But there has been many times where we didn't have a quorum. That also helps kind of with reducing the number where you have to have three members make up the quorum out of 5.
Which I think is, is on us regarding who we actually put on here. And just like you said, there's people championing at the bit to actually be on here right there as well. And those are the type of folks we need involved up there. So.
That's what I actually kind of wondered, is whether or not this potentially changes into have maybe a couple of alternates. Like if we truly have a cornucopia of people that are interested in joining, I understand the quorum piece and the struggles there, but that may be something that we consider.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, Council, do we have, as mentioned, this was approved on first reading on, I believe, on November 25th. It was postponed on the December 9th meeting, so we are here tonight for consideration on second reading.
Move to approve.
I have a motion from Jonathan.
Second.
I have a second from Caesar.
And can I clarify this is approved as presented?
So this is, that would be the question, are there amendments to the approval?
With the, I guess, with the
Do you have a friendly
the
amendment?
friendly amendment that has default to a monthly meeting and then canceled as necessary.
Do you both accept that amendment?
I do, yeah.
All right.
Yes, when the amendment is brought at the second reading, it does have to be brought back for a third.
It will be brought to a
Okay.
third. That does complicate the next item on our agenda, but we will work through it.
We'll tell those people too. You gotta come next, man.
All right, motion passes unanimously.
I know, I'm joking.
That does bring us to item 6D, to discuss and consider action regarding appointments to the Equity Advisory Board. I believe we have 5 seats on the Equity Advisory Board. Can we make these appointments since we do require a third reading?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
How many people do we have that are rolling over?
46.
We have one, I believe, who has a
Yes.
continuing term.
Correct.
One who has a continuing term.
Which means, assuming we're keeping the one, we don't need to take action on that one.
Correct.
All right. So we have 5 applicants and 4 seats.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. I will ask the applicants to come forward if they are in attendance and introduce themselves. First on my list is April Sassani. Is April here? April? Thank you for being here tonight.
April for Texas.
If you would, introduce yourself. Tell us why you want to be on this commission.
Sure.
Advisory Board.
Yeah, whatever we're calling it. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, members of the public, and staff. My name is April Sassani. My pronouns are she, her. Seeking appointment to the equity body. A neighbor, a daughter, a sister, a feral auntie, a friend, a wife of an immigrant, a mom to an active and brilliant 16-month-old. I'm a dog mom, a cat steward, proud bisexual, or survivor of childhood poverty and adulthood domestic violence, neurodivergent, and I've been in public service for 16 years. Hold a bachelor's and a master's in public administration, and I'm also a proud union member of AFSCME 1624. In my current role, I work in municipal equity and inclusion. I facilitate training sessions with staff, and trying to normalize conversations related to race and other equity issues. And as part of that work, part of it is uncovering those disparities as we're talking and seeing how we can break them and fix them as we put them back together. My approach to equity is race-centered, it's rooted in history, it acknowledges intersectionality. It's community-led rather than community-informed. And I owe a tremendous amount of thanks to a lot of my Black and brown friends and colleagues who helped me understand both my place and my responsibility in this work. As Pflugerville continues to grow, I hope that we can kind of keep an eye on preventing some of the displacement that I have seen in my own hometown, honoring some of the culture and some of the communities that have been here for a long time, but also welcoming relative newcomers like myself. I've only been in Pflugerville just short of 4 years. So the work here is a strange time to do equity work. Trying to continue to do it in whatever language and term and body that we do it, right? I'm interested in this conversation that I heard, and I'm promising to me that there will be a third reading. I think changing anything right now is poor timing from a public perception standpoint. From somebody that was trying to learn about this change and the iteration and kind of like watching the commission meetings that had occurred, watching some of the conversation on the diocese about it. I'm not sure that I understand the justification, especially given like our particular point in time in history, but would be very open to other perspectives on that. So I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I just want to thank you all for your service to our community.
Thank you so much for being here. The issue is that it hasn't been working in its current form.
I hear that.
And that is the need for the change, and we love and care about it so much that we have to look at it and make some changes to it. That's why it's not working. Sometimes they're not even having meetings. How effective is that?
Yeah. understand.
All right, council members, any
That wasn't a
questions for Ms. Sasani?
So,
Experience growing up in poverty.
sure.
Why?
That's relevant to the Equity Commission, but I'll let the mayor run the meeting.
Part of what she just told us is her selling point.
She told you what she wanted you to know. She told you she was neurodivergent, and I went and looked it up. So, I mean, okay.
I appreciate.
Tell us about your experience as a neurodivergent individual. I'm trying to ask about her.
David, do you even know what that means?
Yes, I know what that means.
Okay, well then, have a little respect for somebody who admits that in public.
So, April, thank you for being here with us
Thank you,
tonight, and I
April.
appreciate you sharing the aspects of your experience. I would ask if there are any relevant questions from council about experiences and plans for and goals for the Equity Commission.
So I was going to ask about what are your thoughts about the opportunities and challenges with the Equity Advisory Board or Commission over the next 2 years that you would like to address,
That's a much more appropriate question.
specifically to Pflugerville?
Sure. Appreciate the question. I think that what I'm hearing is that the challenge is the engagement. I think that we have a lot of community members that are very interested in the things that were happening here, but they don't necessarily have the time, energy, resources, understanding of what we're doing to plug in. And I think that's part of the work of folks that are equity minded is talking about who doesn't have the time to be here tonight. And trying to figure out how to engage them. And it sounds like some of that is happening with those listening sessions. So lots of praise as far as what's already happening as well.
Thank you. Other questions?
I'll pull a Kim and make a quick statement. I could tell by your application that you have a lot of passion for the work and put a lot of thought and thoughtfulness in the way that you answered it. So I really appreciate that.
Welcome. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hassani.
It's always nice to have a SME involved in the things that we do.
All right, our next individual, I hope I don't butcher your name too much, Clarissa Fusilier? Fusilier?
Yes.
All right. That was my second chance. I was going to go for
Hey,
Fusilier.
don't worry, I got you. Hi, what's up, Rudy?
I believe you currently serve on the Equity Commission, and
I
you
am.
are here for reappointment.
Yes.
Tell us about yourself and why you want to be reappointed.
Yes, so I have been a resident of Pflugerville for nearly 10 years. Time passed by fast. I had originally wanted to join the Equity Commission because I have been doing that work in the corporate world for a while, and I'm a member of this community, and so being a part of volunteering and giving back just seems kind of a natural function. I will say that in the first term that I have for the Equity Commission, with full transparency, you probably can go back to our initial discussion when I first got appointed. I'm always kind of waiting to see how we're going to treat these type of organizations and departments, because I have been around long enough to see that a lot of times this is just used as a check the box, a pretty little thing that we
Window
have.
dressing.
Yeah, to say that we have, right? To say like, oh, look, we are equity. We're focusing on equity. But we use that word, but we don't even know what it actually means. The individuals that initially shared their insight, Craig and Rachel, were speaking to equitable points. This is what we do every day, day in and day out. That gets lost in the sauce when people are taking these terms and using them as buzzwords to either weaponize or victimize or demonize somebody. But what we do every day is to make sure that citizens get what they need, and living in a reality that not everyone starts at the same place. And so what I have been, it's funny that we are changing, not just the name. I don't want everybody to get obsessed with the name. It originally was called a task force, and we had talks about that. It's important about we focusing on what the work that we're doing. And the reason why we don't have a lot of meetings is because we need work. This is the reason why when Emily had talked to us about this, I was interested, because I was going to bounce out after this term, because we were still doing the listening tour and raising up information. And like, I'll keep it a bean. I love speaking with the citizens because they need to have an opportunity to raise their voice. But what are we doing to close that gap? And if we're saying, when we've been pulling these reports of like, well, some of the things that the citizens are saying we're already doing, that's great. But how are we closing the gap on that? How are we making sure that the community is engaged to know that the work that we are doing is speaking to us, listening to them? Otherwise, we're going to see what we've been seeing these past 2 years, which is us struggling, all of the commissioners struggling to like get people to come to like give us their insight. Because after a while you get fatigued. Like, how many times do I have to show up and share what's really going on to not actually see any change in that space? So when we're moving to being advisory board, that's exactly what I want us to do. We're not just sitting around like the Maytag man, you know, we're still listening to the citizens, but we're also looking into policies, programs. When y'all close y'all budget and y'all know the kind of actions and programs that y'all going to be doing, fit our board inside that. Just like it was for UDC. You know, I got tapped and said, can you be a part of that advisory board? So you have someone who has an equitable lens. I love that. We need to do more of that. And then you'll see us actually being productive month after month, working on initiatives with y'all side by side. That is the reason why I wanted to do this work. Like, doing the listening tours are great. I want us to continue to do that because the feedback from the citizens is that they appreciate that arm, that they do have an opportunity for them to come and meet us. And we still have wanting to do something more equitable in how we operate, which is initially we had the listening tour to have to be forced to be in person. We're still, you know, post-pandemic, not everyone's going to feel safe doing that. Not everybody has transportation to get to where we're having these meetings. So we enabled a survey for people to be online and be able to give our feedback, because I don't care how they give us the feedback. We should be making it easier for our citizens to give us that feedback and then do right by them, but actually taking action on what they're saying over and over again. I'll stop there for a second.
Do you think it would be helpful for there to be presentations by the commission with the city council on a more consistent basis, and or because so we can share ideas and feedback so you can have more action? How could we be more supportive? Because we don't want to lose you. You're on fire. That's what I'm up here saying. I'm like, is she the chair? Is she the president? You want to be anyway. Do you find that would be more helpful, or we have a work session together? How can we get on one accord and aligned, not just changing the name and all of these things? How can we start working?
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that. I would love us to be more plugged into your working session, sharing what some of the things that projects that y'all are working on, using us as sounding boards. That's what we're here for. The people that want to be part of this board believes in fairness and making sure that the community gets what they need. That's all equity means. And so you need that skill set. Not everybody has it. Like, it takes a lot of emotional intelligence to have an equitable mindset. And we live in a world where a lot of people just don't have that. That's not a ding to them. Some people, you know, have more different journeys than others. But when you have those group of people that actually have that skill set, utilize them. You're getting it for free, right? So you might as well utilize us, and we'll be your sounding board. We'll tell you like some of our feedback, what we've have. We just want to be able to have skin in the game, because I've seen advisory boards also be something that we put recommendations and you're like, yeah, thanks. You know, it's like we also want to be taken seriously. And the only way we'll do that is if we actually cross-pollinate information and like so we can know what's going on. And like because we have these listening tours, we are also ambassadors of sharing the information that y'all are sharing with us on these programs, like the movement and the progress that we're making.
Thank you.
So I appreciate all of the insight that you provided. Logistically, what would be the top two goals that you would have in this next year about everything that you've learned and what you think could bring action towards the goals and what the Equity Commission has been working on?
Yeah. So the first thing I would make sure that our board is actually operating equitably, meaning the way we work is also being equity. Just you got to practice what you preach. And so how we conduct our meetings, how do we bring people in, how do we keep people engaged, how do we educate? We are definitely open to educate. And that's another area and arm that y'all can utilize us for. And so I would say, like, one is how do we improve engagement? This is a good opportunity, like Jonathan said, for a reboot in how we're talking about the Equity Advisory Board and what benefits that we do offer. So we're not just this shiny toy in the corner, but actually in the field doing work. And I would say that in terms of, you know, us being plugged into the most pertinent programs that you've been getting the feedback from the citizens are saying. You know that they're talking a lot about traffic. It never fails. Most time I can flip a coin and know that when I'm having a listening tour, someone's going to mention traffic. How do we help with that? Like, how do we help get information on the ground? How do we also use like our lenses to say like, how are we hedging off the past from citizens of worrying about, is their area going to be neglected? Who's not being heard? Those are the things of how you fill out the gaps. So I think in these next year, we definitely need to figure out like how we operate. And then like, even for something as simple when we're doing the listening tours, we need bilingual flyers. That was a miss for us, right? That's what I'm talking about. We need to learn how to operate with equity first. And then we can start seeing further of like, how do we get into these different programs? How do we, look to see, who's the system benefit? Who could possibly neglect? How do we get the data to back that up? And then how can we help support y'all make the right decisions for the community?
Thank you.
Council, any other questions for Clarissa?
Clarissa, you mentioned bilingual flyers, and obviously the second language that comes up immediately to mind is Vietnamese.
Yeah, Vietnamese and Spanish.
So maybe trilingual flyers, because we have a significant Vietnamese community in this town.
We definitely do.
And now, the last time I saw the ISD stats, there were something like 20 different languages spoken in the Pflugerville ISD by people at homes. But obviously, we can do a lot online with simultaneous translation in multiple languages. But physical flyers, it's very difficult to print that up in 20 languages or something like that. What are the areas that you think we need to concentrate on in terms of people who are not English speakers first, and how can your experience and how can your commission or board help us to target that?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. So first thing is looking at our demographics, and we have that data, right? Knowing like who the majority of our demographics in different areas in the neighborhood, just like when we were going to promote the actual listening tour, knowing these different neighborhoods, and like that's how I got caught out there of like, I don't have the right tools to communicate this. And I bet dollars to donuts when it comes to us being able to communicate out of what it is we're doing in the listening tour, like the incoming channels are getting missed because we're not communicating out to all of the folks in those demographics that are part of our community. To when we actually do make some of those changes, how are we communicating out so those people representative of those same communities actually know what we're doing? So I would say that one, we might not, we can cut it so many different ways. You don't necessarily have to have a flyer that represents all of the languages. You do need to hit the ones that are usually neglected the most. That is what you do in equitable work. Who is the most vulnerable? Who are the ones who typically get left behind? And how can we prioritize those communities to get them what they need? And then we start evening out the playing field. Does that make sense?
Because that's what it's about.
So do you have any sense of where linguistically we should be focusing?
No, definitely Vietnamese and Spanish.
And that's it? That's where we should stop? Or
No, that's what we start first.
okay, because those communities are neglected more than other.
Well, definitely when it comes to
minority communities,
communication.
or-
Yes.
Council, any other questions for Clarissa? I thank you for your time. We'll be back with you shortly, I'm sure. I'd like to call our next applicant, Leslie Lyons. Are you with us here tonight?
Makes it easy then.
Do we have Alfred Gomez?
We have 4 spots, right?
Alfred, thank you for being here with us this evening. Would you introduce yourself and let us know why you want to be on the Equity Advisory Board?
Sure thing. Hi, thanks for having me here today. My name is Alfred Gomez. I'm relatively new to Pflugerville. I kind of bring like a fresh perspective. Moved here in 2024. I'm a first-time homeowner, a PF 101 graduate. I actually learned about the commission through Catherine and Chloe here. Actually, I kind of like learned through osmosis on kind of what they do and some improvements to kind of be done over here. I'm super excited about the opportunity. In my day-to-day, I work for a couple based in Waco that has a company called Magnolia, Chip and Joanna Gaines from Fixer Upper. I develop and create new TV shows for them. So kind of in my day-to-day state, I'm thinking about things like representation, making sure that folks are represented both in front and behind the camera, making sure that it just reflects real life. I think it's like the perfect opportunity to kind of like put that skill set within my community here. Again, I kind of bring like that fresh new perspective. I'm relatively young. I don't see many folks like me and kind of like my street making the move from Austin as kind of like a single homeowner. So I'm hoping that I could kind of like bring that lens to different things and different topics that we would talk about. I'm also super excited. I'm super fired up about the ability to kind of like get our hands in the city, being able to make a difference here. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alfred. Council members, do we have any questions for Alfred?
I'm going to hit you up with the same question. What do you feel are the biggest opportunities or challenges in Pflugerville for the Equity Advisory Board over the next 2 years?
I mean, I totally agree with the kind of buzzword of like being able to plug in. I think we should really be opening opportunity for communication, both back and forth with advisory board, with city council, making sure that people's voices are being heard. These days, in the time that we live in, the internet is an amazing tool, utilizing things like discussion boards, online forums, meeting over Zoom rather than requiring folks to be able to be in a physical space for meeting would definitely be number one. And then as like a number two, I definitely agree with Chloe here that in terms of communication, we are such a diverse community here, and I think it's super important for us to be able to communicate with folks in kind of their language of need.
Thank you.
Alfred, I'm very impressed with your the communications background, and obviously that's a huge part of what is important for this this board to do, communicating in a two-way fashion. And I note that I just discovered today that you are one of the smallest minorities, representative of one of the smallest minorities in Pflugerville, which is single men who own a house. That is, according to the United States Census, that is less than 1.5% of the population of Pflugerville. So thank you for representing that very, very tiny minority.
Thank you. I'm very proud. Thank you.
David, any questions in there?
No questions.
No questions.
I think he answered all of the questions with his resume and his application about his very considerable communications expertise.
Council members, any other questions for Alfred? Thank you for introducing yourself.
Thank you very much.
We'll move to the next candidate applicant we have is Claudia Torres Yanes. I don't believe I saw. Oh, there's Claudia.
Who is she?
Why don't you introduce yourself to the council?
Good evening, Mayor Weiss,
council members. Congratulations, Jonathan. It's the first time I'm up here with him on the dais. My name is Claudia Torres Yanez, and I have been a member of this commission since 2001. So 4 full years, and I've been through various iterations and transitions. And I think one of the challenges that I would voice through my experience on the commission, part of it is the lack of continuity, if you will, as the makeup of the commission changes, especially when we have, attendance, and lack of quorum certainly doesn't help. But I have been a resident of Pflugerville since 2001, so 25 years. I'm no longer the young person on the commission. I'm quite feeling old now after following that young gentleman. But yeah, I'm a mother of 3. All 3 of my kids graduated from Pflugerville schools. I work in the fintech industry. I'm a dog mom. I'm fostering a dog right now. That's kind of new for me.
Wait, Pflugerville schools? Do you have any role in Pflugerville schools?
Yes, so in May, I did join the Board of Trustees of Pflugerville ISD. So I have, I'm getting a lot of insight on our public education system and schools here in our community. So I bring that background. I'm completely 100% bilingual, Espanol. English is my second language. I learned English in pre-kindergarten. I got the benefit of pre-kindergarten, graduated from UT Austin with a master's in accounting. In 1998, I started my career in the semiconductor industry in Motorola, finance and accounting. I did that for about 10 years, and my professional life now, I do have a full-time job. I work in human resources for a fintech company, work remote, work from home. And if you look at my attendance, I don't think I've been the reason for the lack of a quorum, although I do occasionally have business travel. I think it's been rare that I've had to miss a scheduled meeting. And most often than not, we are asked if we have a conflict or we're going to be unable to attend, so that the members of this body know in advance whether we're going to be able to have a meeting or not. So I would add that. Let's see, what else about myself? I did achieve a certified public accountant license in Texas. I'm not a practicing CPA, so I don't want to portray myself as such, but I did meet the credentials. I still am licensed, although I usually get the pass on the CPE because I'm not a practicing accountant. It's not required for the job that I do in my professional life right now. And I considered whether to reapply, to be honest, because I'm just like all of the challenges that you heard up here. I've also seen them and struggled a bit. But at the end of the day, I still feel that this is very important because of how I've seen a commitment to inclusion and helping people achieve their full potential still matters. That's still the community that I want to see in the future here for my children and their children. And I don't want to see this body lose momentum, lose its ability to make any progress. While I share in the frustration about, what have we accomplished? Because sometimes it feels like, we don't have a lot to show, but I reject that. I know just from my participation on the commission and the network that I've been able to establish with different leaders, that we have made progress. We've impacted programming, and I would like to see that continue with Parks and Rec and like the music selection that comes to Deutschenfest, for example, or voter empowerment in our community. I think we all know voter turnout is very disappointing. And so we've been able to get voter registration at various cities' events, nonpartisan, and just in an effort to get folks to register to vote and to be knowledgeable about election dates and participate, because at the end of the day, that's the best way, regardless of your background, to make your voice heard and make an impact in your community. So those are 2 areas that are super important to me in making this community welcoming and inclusive, and the type of community that attracted me 25 years ago.
Claudia, thank you for introducing yourself to us again. Council members, do we have any questions, or do you need Councilmember Ryan to repeat her question?
Well, I think you did answer it. The top two goals are those. Do you believe there actions can be taken in this next year to really move those goals forward?
Oh, absolutely. I don't even think it's that difficult. And like I've said, it's already begun. So it's just a matter of building on what we've done. Another item that I didn't speak to that I would consider also super important and where progress has been made, because you could look at your June agenda. There was a city proclamation for, I think it was Gun Safety Awareness Month. Gun violence affects all communities, sadly, and as our community grows, we might expect to see more of that. So that is an area of education, an opportunity for us to ensure the public knows and that we highlight the need for secure storage, for example, of guns, so that people that are either a danger to themselves or to others, we can be protected, and that people are being responsible gun owners. That is another area that I think is super important and fits within the area of public safety and wellness that is easy to educate the public on.
A serious issue that a lot of people have gotten behind, so I appreciate you carrying that.
Council members, any other questions for Claudia? All right, I thank you for being here with us tonight. I'll ask one last time if Leslie Lyons is in attendance. It's not required that you attend when you submit an application, but I think it is highly advantageous. I would ask council members if anyone is familiar with Leslie, if you would like to speak on her behalf. This is an item to appoint 4 members to the Equity Advisory Board.
Would you entertain a motion, Mayor?
I would.
Motion to approve Alfred, April, Carissa, and Claudia to fill the 4 positions on the equity, whatever we're calling it.
I second that.
I have a motion from Rudy and a second from Kimberly. Do we need to specify specific terms, Krista?
So only because one of the terms will end December 31st, 2026, and the other 3 will end 2027.
Okay. Claudia, you okay with coming back?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll make her that.
Claudia in the short term,
Yeah.
and the other 3 in the 2-year terms.
It's not like she doesn't have another position she's doing all the time.
We have acceptance from your second.
I just want to empower this body. This is a reboot. This is a reset, and so take off running. And we want to see you often. We want to hear from you. We want to know what you're doing, and we want to know before proactively ways that we can support you in the mission. We have to have this. Thank you.
And I do want to point out, since you mentioned that, I have appreciated through the years the members coming up and having conversations with that, with councils and staff regarding these things. So we appreciate that and continue the good work.
Absolutely. This is a board that can provide us with the ability to have those uncomfortable conversations that allow us to grow. There are many different ways those can happen. I was thinking earlier today, I don't know if this is an idea, but we had a zoning case that the property was in peach, outlined in blue with a yellow star. I have no idea if that is suitable for those of the public who are colorblind. So make sure we're thinking about our individuals with disabilities as well. Those are the things that I don't know enough about, and I rely on you to educate me so that we can all make great decisions together. And council members, you have a vote in front of you.
Mayor, I hear everyone can see everything in burnt orange. So
no one needs to see any other colors. That's what you're telling me. All right. We have a 6-1 vote for those 4 individuals. Thank you and welcome to the Equity Advisory Board. We look forward to hearing from you in the future. That will take us to item 6E, discuss and consider action to authorize the Pflugerville Community Development Corporation to provide community engagement grant to the Parks and Recreation Department for the City of Pflugerville to improve the infrastructure of the Wells Point Park, utilizing $1,516,850 of fund balance dollars from PCDC to fund the project. We have PCDC Executive Director Jerry Jones here to present. Mr. Jones.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I believe I'm going to go against policy and say Happy New Year, even though it's already almost February. The Parks and Recreation Department of the City of Pflugerville submitted a community engagement grant application for the Wells Point Park for the PCDC Board's review. The Park and Recreation Department provided a presentation to the PCDC Board of Directors. The board held a public hearing and approved the project and expenditures and authorized the Executive Director to move forward to the City Council for approval. This is an authorized EDC project under Texas Local Government Code, Section 505152, for the amount of $1,516,850. These are for improvements to the restrooms, the field lights, and also lightning detection. We do have a very shy applicant here to talk about parks if you have any questions, which is our Parks Director, Shane.
And Mr. Jones, if I may ask, what was the vote at the PCDC meeting?
It was unanimously supported.
Unanimously supported. Thank you. Council members, do we have any questions for Mr. Jones or for Mr. Mize?
I'd like to ask Mr. Mize a question or two.
And this is regarding the Parks project?
It is.
Shane, it's great to see you this evening.
Thank you all.
Thank you for being
Mayor
with
and
us.
Council.
First of all, I want to know if you've seen this. Great news.
I haven't.
On the front of the Community Impact today.
What does it say? Did I win an award?
Pretty sure that wasn't on the agenda, but yes. Let's see what we've got.
Oh, this is great.
And Mr. Rogers, your question.
The question I have is how much of the money is being spent on lights versus how much is being spent on field rehab versus how much is being spent on the improvements to the restroom areas?
Yeah, so I'm getting to that. So we have about 600,000 or so for a restroom, about 900,000 for lights, and then we have a little around 21,000 for lightning detection.
Only 21,000 for the fields themselves?
Just the lightning detection.
Lightning,
for those fields.
for the lightning protection.
Lightning detection, sorry.
Okay. Lightning
the lights is right around 900,000.
Okay. So none of this is actually for the rehab of the fields. That's coming out of the Parks and Rec budget.
So we have rehabbed the fields. So in 2024, we did about almost 100,000 in perimeter fence improvements, and then in 2023 and 2024, we split the fields in half. So we did fields 1, 2, and 3 summer of 2023 for about 240,000, and then 230,000 we did fields 4 through 10. It sounds like those are a different set of fields, and they are, but it's really about the same amount of real estate. It's just
4 through 10 are the
size. We have smaller. Yeah,
Right,
we've
right.
broken
The
that up
little
into smaller fields.
Yeah. Is that adequate for those fields? I know, I hear that those soccer players run up and down those fields a lot and they get a lot of use.
Well, so as somebody who goes out there and coaches out there twice a week, I've got to say that the light improvements will be significant. We have the generators that have been, I guess, grandfathered in, for a better lack of term.
Yeah.
We're allowed to be out there from that, so it's going to make a monster difference. The fields maintenance, I mean, we used to talk about 1849 and say, okay, we're talking about equity, you know, what are we doing for the other areas from there? It is astounding to see how much of a significant improvement since we renegotiated our agreement. You know, with the folks out there and improved those fields. Those fields are phenomenal. They really are. They're in great shape.
So you're in good shape for funding for the fields themselves.
We're doing great for the fields.
But the restroom itself,
well, that's old.
Yeah, it's
not a surprise.
24 years old. So y'all support with the general fund dollars with what we're doing as far as the chemical and the mowing and maintenance of that is ongoing after we did the field improvements that we did in 2023 and 2024. So we've been piecemealing this together for sure in some ways, but to do a facility like this from scratch would have cost us a lot more so far than about 1.1 million and another 1.5 here. So we've been very fortunate to be working with PCDC to get some of the support for these improvements.
So I remember when I was on PCDC in the dark ages, we would give about $100,000 a year. So you're getting a whole lot more than that from
I appreciate
the
that.
PCDC.
I'm glad
year.
you're not on the board anymore.
I think the last year, I think we only voted $89,000 for Parks Department last year. So I just want to make sure that this PCDC grant, this is for a one-time improvement. This is not for continuous program usage, things like that. This is going to be lights, lightning detection, rehab on the bathrooms, and then no further obligation by PCDC to do anything else related to this project.
For this park, at least what we've identified at this time. And I think it's important to point out, so that we believe this park is an economic driver. It over the last year had 97 different zip codes represented as far as what we were able to track through Placer. 5 of those were out of the state, representing more than 500 attendees. And we had 21,000 users either go to Stonehill directly before or directly after they were at this park. So it's an economic driver as far as a park. And we feel it just aligns directly with what the 4B funds are used for.
Yeah, it's not, you think it is.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating where Pflugerville soccer fields utilization in the region itself, where this is in. This is one of those OG parks that people are cognizant of, have been greatly impressed with its utilization, its revitalization, for lack of a term, and where it sits in the city, it has easy access to all sorts of different areas for us to have folks go ahead and patronize our other areas, our businesses. So.
That park is almost 40 years old now, right?
Yeah.
I believe the field itself, it hasn't...
80, I thought it was 88, but maybe it was 86.
So 38 years old.
What we're tracking is we haven't done an improvement, minus the ones I just mentioned, we haven't done an improvement in 24 years from what we were able to track back. So it's been a long time coming for that park.
Council members, any other questions on the site?
No, thank you very much. Enjoy the newspaper article.
As this is an item for action, I will accept the motion.
Motion approved 6E.
Second.
All right. Okay.
Motion and a second on 6E.
Trista's like, screw you people.
There we go. There we go. Motion passes unanimously. Jerry, don't go far.
I won't.
Our next item is 6F. To discuss and consider action to approve a professional services agreement with Jones Lang LaSalle Incorporated, that's JLL, for $397,350 to provide owner's representative services associated with Project Nexus, and authorize the Pflugerville Community Development Corporation Board to approve the executive director to execute the same. Mr. Jones.
Again, Mayor and Council, good evening. Between June and September of 2025, the PCDC conducted a rigorous selection process for the Project Nexus owner's representative. A joint committee reviewed 6 national firms and ultimately selected Jones Lang LaSalle, JLL. The PCDC board unanimously approved this recommendation, and the City Council subsequently authorized negotiations. With the council's authorization, it was requested that PCDC and city staff, specifically the executive director and assistant city manager Barone, collaborate to finalize the terms of the scope of service for the agreement. Both the executive director and assistant city manager Barone have reached an agreement on the scope of services, positioning JLL to support Project Nexus, officially pending city council's approval. We also have with us tonight James Berkey, who is the Senior Vice President and National Lead for JLL Civic Development Advisory Team, as well as Sylvia Klein, who is the Senior Vice President for their Market Plan Advisory Service Lead here as well, along with their team. And I'll have them come up and they can introduce their other team members.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. James Berkey. Do we know if we have any slides available? Or if not, we can cover it. Okay.
And let me say, the slides were supposed to be submitted. I was unavailable, attending to a family concern, which is why those slides were not provided. So,
Do we have the slides?
We got some.
Well, I got a good team then, I guess. I was definitely
Saved by Trista once again.
You better help your southern friend over
If
here.
Lisa is listening, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jones. Most appreciated. And thank you, council members, very much for having us here today. We are thankful to be here, and we understand that Project Nexus is a really important, unique opportunity to advance the core goals of the city, PCDC, and the community. I'd like to make a couple introductions, if I can. We wanted to make sure that you all know who we are. Hopefully, we'll be seeing each other quite a bit over a period of time, and to be able to answer any questions that you might have from the get-go. First of all, I'll go in order of the slide. We've got Sean Blomquist right here in front of us. Sean will be acting as the day-to-day project lead for the project. He's one of our best project managers nationally, and his background is in the private sector, working in construction and pre-development for a global development firm. This is myself. I lead our civic reinvestment and housing practice across the country for Jones Lang LaSalle. We have Sylvia Klein, who you'll hear from more in a second. She will lead all things related to master planning and market coordination, how different development elements may relate to a real estate plan and rollout. Steve Garvin also is here tonight. Steve resides out of our Austin office, deeply connected to the market here in Central Texas, and is involved in a whole slew of different activities, both from the public side and understanding a lot of our private sector actors in this region and how they might interplay with the Project Nexus project. And then Nina Farrell, who couldn't make it here tonight, is also based at Austin, and she's, for lack of a better term, she's attached to the hip to Steve, so you have a kind of double resources when it comes to both of them. Oh, and I don't want to forget Jack. Jack is also based out of Central Texas, and his claim to fame is that he had, when he was in college, or when he was in high school, he went swimming in Lake Pflugerville. Real quick, in terms of who we are, again, like I said, JLL is it's a global firm. It's second largest real estate services firm in the world. But we pride ourselves in having a deep local knowledge that connects to that global platform. So the fact that we've been involved we're currently assigned on several different assignments with the city of Austin, for example. We're working on a similar strategy in terms of a large redevelopment project there. It's 125 acres from which I'm taking executive leadership on that assignment on behalf of the city. As well as in San Marcos and with the Texas State. So we're deeply connected to this region for 30 plus years and very much currently. Our broad platform of capabilities, obviously I want to emphasize that because I think it's important to be able to connect whatever happens in this project to what's really going on in the investment community and developers that may be proposing in different elements of the project as we get towards that phase and shoot for that.
So that's why, I've got to say,
Please.
I was very, I think a lot of us are very well aware of your work and the reputation of this industry. In fact, what is it special about Pflugerville and this specific project that really intrigues y'all that you're saying, hey, wait a minute, we want to make a foray here and make an announcement difference on what this actually, I guess, reach to its potentials and capabilities?
So what's special about this project compared to, like, say, we work with the City of Austin, City of Atlanta, City of Chicago, City of Seattle. Why City of Pflugerville?
Y'all saw something here in particular. What is it?
It's a fair question.
Do you mind?
Yes, please. I'll let you answer first. I didn't want too much. I get too
He gets
excited.
excited. He gets excited. You know, honestly, I think our teams, as we partner more and more, we love these opportunities where you can find a distinct location and make it a distinct location. So this place is different than everywhere else we've been, and a lot of the joy behind that is we get to keep this place different, right? You're not Austin, you're not California, you're not Atlanta, you're Pflugerville. So how do we keep who you are at your core here, and the places where we find organizations that think that same way are just really exciting because it lets us bring, we're going to bring our national expertise, we'll bring the global platform, we'll bring all of that. But what's most important is you all right here, the people that are listening online, the people who aren't in this room, making sure their voices are heard and fed in so that this place stays this place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I honestly like the challenge working in smaller communities. We do work in a lot of smaller cities by comparison to those large ones. And there's a lot of advantage of creating an identity, being able to pull from authentic place, an authentic kind of history, and understand that a place like this is growing. For example, the city of SeaTac is half your size. You have 20-some languages in the school district. They have 44, right? And they're trying to understand, who are we? How do we make sense in this large metropolitan area? We're one of the only majority cities in the state of Washington, right? But for them, we've been able to work towards this international sort of nexus that creates a kind of a downtown that they've never had. You have one, they don't. That really is about creating an identity that they've never been able to have, but at the same time, very authentic to them. And so for us, we like to look at this and say, okay, how do we bring the real estate piece, all the math, the performa, I love all of you all who love Excel spreadsheets as much as we do. But also, what's the human outcome of that? What is the impact on kind of actual day-to-day life? And there's more of that in a community this size, right? Because we may be able to have really big impact on like 6 square blocks in Atlanta, but that's only 6 square blocks of Atlanta, right? And in Pflugerville, if you're working on a project like Project Nexus, you really are creating a face and a whole set of experiences people are going to have for generations.
So are the three of you based out of Chicago?
No, I am based out of Los Angeles.
Okay.
My wife says I actually live on a plane, but but I'm based out of Los Angeles. So
I'm in the Southeast, so I'm based out of Atlanta, but I do have team members that are here local, so we're leveraging them to really, when we talk about the community engagement arm, to make sure that they are here as close as possible and are getting to be that boots on the ground for us. And then, of course, I know James, as he introduced other people, we have team members that are Austin, we have team members that are, all
living
around
in like
this general
Pflugerville
area.
somehow.
Snorkel on.
We're trying to keep them out of the water this weekend.
Yeah, so you can see we're kind of split half and half, right? We got a very national piece, but then also a deeply local piece.
So what input or support do you need from the city council to help this project be successful?
I'll be back to answer that question more fully.
Do you want my little note from the piece of paper?
I have the thing is that could either be a short answer or a very long answer. Well, that is a good one. For starters, we would like to engage with Ms. Fusilier and the equity team. I think that would be a really good opportunity for us to get connected to a lot of the kind of stakeholder input around, as we're talking about the authentic elements of place, really understanding kind of that grassroots piece. I also think that it will be good for us to we would like to be able to pull you aside in a non-quorum type situations where we could have some level of ad hoc or one-on-one conversations to understand what you already know about the community and this project in order to be able to, at the very front end, get some really good insight. But I think this, in our experience, this is a long process, right? It takes several years to go from community input to get a lot of times we get through a lot of really cool ideas that don't pencil. And so then there becomes a lot of kind of workshopping about how do we get what we do want, even though we don't get everything we want, and how do we make these priorities before we go out to market. And that will be something that we'll need some leadership input on. And probably patience, right? It's one of the things that a lot of projects nationally are running into these days is construction costs are really high. There's a lot less labor than there was previously, and the cost of materials has gone up. So what that means is a lot of the things we're trying to do on a just raw, does it pencil for development, they have impacts. And so that means we have more hard decisions than we've had previously. And so I would say that that's one of the things where your leadership will become really important.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, if I can double down on the thought around the equity group, I'll say group, knowing that you haven't quite named them yet. Really, when we talk about community engagement, it is all about meeting people where they are, and that, from what we heard today, they're already doing so much of that work. So piggybacking on some of that good work, making sure that we are being equitable in how we are engaging with the community is so important, because that's how you gain consensus and make sure we don't miss anyone. So I had to piggyback on it. Just, it's so important.
So you mentioned a couple of things that I wanted to touch on. Vision versus reality. So people have different visions, going into this about what it could be, and you're here to help us see what could be the reality. So, how do you deal with that when the reality isn't going to fit with the vision, or, as you said, being patient, it may not fit with the vision for a certain amount of years?
Yeah, we really start with a holistic approach. I flipped to our quick approach slide to walk through what that looks like, because that's a challenge that we are dealing with every client we have today, whether it's public sector or non-public. It's just the nature of the business of real estate. And it really starts with defining what your strategy, vision, and goals are, and making sure we have clear go and no-go for you all and for this community. What are you going to say yes to? What are you absolutely not going to say yes to? Defining those parameters is really important. And that's when we then go to the market, talk through really the analysis around demand, what is feasible on the site, how does it all fit and come together? And that's where at that point, we can go back to that list of criteria and make sure you're still getting your yeses out of it. There might be some compromises, but at least we're hitting the priorities as we move forward. So it's kind of a step-by-step process. We go forward a couple steps, we might take one step back. We keep going forward a couple steps, we take another step back. That's why that patience is so important, to make sure that strategy is always aligning with the market and the demand and making the whole thing successful.
Yeah, and I'll add a little bit of granularity to that. So one of the ways that we approach that in practice is that up front we'll define with the city and PCDC what are the criteria for success? Like, what are our objectives here? And then every time we have to make decisions, we rank it against those things. So instead of being like, hey, somebody said we needed a conference center, and I really want to put it here, right? Like, does that actually fit with the objectives that have been outlined in consensus with really a number of stakeholders across the board? And we've been able to come to agreement on that. And if it's not in alignment, we need to figure out, did we miss something? Or maybe there's another location for that conference center. I'm making up a situation, right? Or maybe it does, and maybe it works squarely with it. And then we kind of work through that on that kind of much more objective basis of saying, what are our goals? How does it fit? And this is all written, signed, agreed to well ahead of time, so that there's no reimagination of what the project group all want. And so we're all pulling together in the same direction.
Obviously, you guys are working in a lot of different markets, a lot of different legal environments. Who is your local person who makes sure that you're on board with the limitations of Texas economic development law?
We're not lawyers. So I'm not going to make the argument that we go through a legal process.
I assume
from a-
you have lawyers engaged to handle this sort of thing.
We are not going to be overseeing any lawyers as part of the scope of this work. However, we typically work hand in hand with a legal counsel of the individual cities that we work with and or development agencies. And we do have a lot of experience. I don't lead the Texas office, but we have several hundred people who work out of the Austin office and other Texas offices who do have a lot of deep experience working in development under not only that specific component of Texas law, but all of Texas law as it relates to real estate development. So we will rely on them to make sure that we're starting off right on the right track with all of that. As we get farther down the line, when we get to actual executable elements that may require additional legal review, we'll typically work that through with the city or any sponsoring agency to make sure that is in compliance.
Councilman, the entire agreement has been reviewed by our attorney. He continues to be a part of this process as well.
I'm not concerned about this agreement, but I'm concerned about what we envision and making sure that what we envision is something that is in line with our statutory limitations. So I've got no problems with you guys. I just want to make sure we're buttoning this up and we don't get sideways anywhere. Yeah.
Our attorney has been literally a part of what can and cannot be done throughout this entire process and has advised us according to state law on what could be done from the perspective of the PCDC. So it's not even up to them. They can say that we could put a roller derby throughout the entire 50-something acres. The attorney's going to look over at us and say, you guys can do this if y'all want to wear orange suits with stripes because everybody's going to jail. So our attorney is well-versed in that and has corrected some of the things that I've seen from previous emails up to this present day as it relates to the law that we have to abide by.
All right. I want to make sure that we got our P's and Q's watched on that. All right. Thank you.
Council, any other questions related to this agreement?
I love the energy. I love the answers. Enthusiasm's real. It's amazing. I mean, like I said, your reputation precedes you, and to hear the ability to leverage your national connections with your local aspects right here is going to make something very unique and special here in Pflugerville. And it speaks volumes to already trying to figure out how to leverage the assets we have here in the community, which the most important ones are the citizens here, and how to incorporate them in what you're doing.
But
I am absolutely excited that you are here. I'm sorry, I'm excited that you are here. I was excited to see that you had put in on this project, and I was especially excited to hear your enthusiasm for how big of an impact this project will make within our city. I think you understand the assignment here. Very excited to hopefully bring you on board if I can entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Rudy and a second from David.
Thank you for traveling here.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I did live in Los Angeles for a time, so it's a big
I understand
city,
why you
very
did.
different from here.
It's a nice nonstop flight, right?
Exactly.
It's true. At
All
airport,
right.
No.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 6G. This is to discuss and consider action to approve a resolution titled, "A Resolution of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, approving a right-of-way license and maintenance agreement with Lakeside Meadows, Pflugerville, Master Community, Inc., a Texas nonprofit corporation, for Lakeside Meadows Phases 6 and 7, pursuant to the Pflugerville Code of Ordinances, Chapter 96, Right-of-Way Management Division 5. Right-of-way licenses? I don't think that's just a V. I think that's a Roman numeral 5. We'll go with it. Looks like we've got Gordon Hawes here, our engineering manager.
Mayor and members of the council, it's great to be with you here. here this evening. This is to approve a resolution for a license agreement that would authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. The developer of the Lakeside Meadows 6 and 7 will be building 3 streets to the local standards that conform to the city's requirements for 50 feet of right-of-way. And then the remainder of the streets in the subdivision, which are denoted as alleys, will be dedicated as public right-of-way, but will have less than 50 feet of right-of-way, at least 25 feet minimum, to allow sufficient access for emergency vehicles, refuse vehicles, and the public. The product that's in this phases 6 and 7 is an attached single-family home. And within those alleys, the licensee desires to do stamped and colored asphaltic pavement, and they also would like to have landscape irrigation and decorative crosswalks at specific locations within the subdivision. And because it is city right-of-way and those are enhanced infrastructure, a license agreement is required to allow them to put those improvements in city right-of-way, but on the other hand, makes them responsible for the maintenance. So they're responsible for a period of not less than 30 years. And this diagram shows that 3 of the streets are local streets in accordance with City of Pflugerville standards, and the rest of them are alleys, providing access to the individual homes, which are the attached single-family homes. Do you have questions about this license agreement?
So Gordon, as I understand it, this allows the developer to go a little above and beyond as long as they're willing to maintain it.
Yes.
And it gets to stay there as long as they're willing to maintain it. And if they decide not to, they've got to return it to city standards.
Yes, the requirement of the agreement is they're obligated to maintain it for 30 years. And if they, at the end of those 30 years, if they don't want to keep maintaining it, they're required to return it to our standards.
All right.
So in 2056.
That's right.
Council members, any questions on this side?
After the 30 years, is it just continuing until someone terminates it, or how does that work?
They do have the option to renew it. The term of the agreement is 30 years, and they could renew it at that point. That is their first opportunity to terminate the agreement. They don't have that option before that period of time.
So, yeah, that's great.
But even if they were returning it back to city standard, the width, is never going to be.
That is correct.
Isn't that an ongoing problem for traffic?
That would be the one part of it that could not be turned back over. You know, decorative concrete or pavers or something of that nature can be returned to asphalt, which is more typical for local streets. But the width would be an ongoing issue.
So, Gordon, to that point, we have some very interesting streets in Highland Park, and the size and the width that we're talking about here is not analogous to the streets in that area, is it?
I'm not familiar with your subdivision, but it's certainly not analogous to standard city public streets. These would be 25-foot wide right away.
So, but what, if I understood correctly, they would always have to maintain that because they could never turn it back to city requirements. It's just the other concrete pavers and
well, their only
irrigation.
option at the end of the 30 years is to renew it or to return it to asphalt, at which time the city could take over it. But that wouldn't change the width.
What's the renewal option? Is it like, would it be determined at that time? How many years? Is it like another 30 years, or would it be determined at that time?
It would be determined at that time, but it certainly could be 30 additional years.
And at that time, it would be with the HOA most likely?
Yes.
Generally, you're going to want a long term. The parties intend to be bound for a long term because that duty is placed on the property owners association to maintain.
So I'm just curious, what is it about concrete pavers that is less desirable than asphalt that we would, if they didn't want to maintain it, they would have to return it to that state.
Well, I would say it is more desirable from an aesthetic standpoint.
Absolutely.
Okay,
But it is less desirable from a maintenance cost. And that therein lies the city's interest.
And so if they're, I mean, I think
I just wanted to be clear.
to the mayor's
Thank
point,
you.
if they're willing to go ahead to put to do it, put a little.
It's going to
extra
be
love on
nicer, but it's going to cost more to maintain those
Yeah.
pavers. You know, if it
Long
turns
term.
into cobblestone, they got to fix it, and we don't want to be paying to maintain that. It would certainly be inequitable with the rest of the maintenance across the city.
Absolutely. Do we have an example of the product? You mentioned the product.
A specific project?
No, I'm so sorry. You mentioned the product. What did
Oh,
they?
pavers. I think you're probably familiar with the bricks.
Yeah.
That is one option.
I didn't know if you.
It's
if you were slide with that. Okay.
Yeah, you can use stamped
Stamped color.
concrete, you can use pavers.
We're not talking about hexagons.
hexagonal squares.
We're not talking about hexagons here.
No, this is currently existing in the phase 2 and 3 section of Lakeside Meadows, so it's the exact same thing that's already been installed in sections 2 and 3, but it's just being installed in new phases 6 and 7.
Okay, so do we already have the same agreement with 2 and 3?
Correct, right?
Yeah, with the amount of decorative elements in that phase is much less than in this phase, but it does exist.
Who's the developer?
We are DRB Group. I'm out of Austin here. We're formerly known as Brightland Homes. So we are the single-family residential developer for phases 2 and 3 and 6 and 7. This is an attached townhome product that's going to be going in this section. We're currently still under development, working with the engineering team through approvals for the horizontal construction right now.
When you say attached townhomes, how many townhomes are going to be attached?
There's a 4-plex and a 6-plex.
Okay.
These are owned or leased units.
These are you can buy them. They're not going to be build or rent. It's for sale to owners.
Thank you.
We're very
I'm
we're very
interested
big
in
into
that
people
missing middle
building
housing.
equity. Yeah,
That's how I got started.
Yeah, literally.
On that note, council, do I have any motions?
Motion to approve 6G thing as approved.
6G thing.
All right, I've got a motion. Do I have a second? A second. Second from Jonathan.
Was presented. Excuse me.
That is 6-1 approved. Thank you, and looking forward to the enhanced product. Thank you.
There is no 6-7. I heard that somewhere.
That brings us to item 6H, discuss and consider action to approve a resolution nominating a candidate for the Board of Directors of the Travis Central Appraisal District. Trista, can you provide us an overview?
Yes, so TCAD have received 2 resignations from their board, so there are now more openings. I know we just did this, so we are doing it
interesting
again.
is that?
If council feels so inclined to make a nomination. As last time, each taxing entity can make up to 2 nominations, and then the ballot will come back at a future meeting.
Now, I understand they may be having trouble with meeting quorum as well with their
It sounds
their resignations.
Wait, are we trying to say that the state may have put more rules and obligations on them, and they may not want to deal with that? That's interesting. That's weird.
Do we have any insight on whether these are not the newly appointed members? These were
No, these
previous.
I don't know which ones.
No, they're not previous.
So what I know is that these terms have end December 31st of 2027.
So they're not yet. Oh well.
And normally terms are how long?
I am not sure.
I think 2 or 3 years. So it could be.
So if it's 2 years, it would be a new one. If it's 3 years,
Are
it
you
would be this.
accepting nominations, Mayor?
I would accept nominations.
I'd
Would
like
you
to
like?
nominate Elizabeth Montoya?
Yeah.
All right. Would you like to do that in the form of a motion?
Yes, sir. May I? I'd like to make a motion that we nominate Elizabeth Montoya.
Second.
I have 3 seconds, I think.
3 seconds.
David, Kim, and myself for certain.
But there's 2 positions. Okay.
That passes unanimously. Do we intend to make a second nomination?
We had mentioned someone named Melody Ryan before.
Well,
I politely declined.
I think,
I think we're going to have.
from my perspective, I don't want to split the votes for Elizabeth
Yeah.
because it's so hard for.
We're going to have a hard enough time getting one. Let's not be greedy.
We will leave that be. That takes us to item 6I, discuss and consider action to approve a resolution regarding financial reporting in connection with the annual budget, bond-funded projects, capital improvement projects, and escrow and impact fee funds. This was a item requested by council members, I believe Ms. Ryan, Mr. Rogers.
To be clear, the agenda item I requested was the quarterly financial work session that on September 23rd, 5 individuals on council had expressed interest in having a quarterly financial work session that we had indicated was going to begin on the second meeting in November. And so that was my request. This item had been discussed at a previous meeting to be postponed until January because I had intended that we were going to have a financial work session to look at the reports that the staff said that they were working on in regards to bond projects and CIP and escrow and impact fees, so we could see what type of reporting that they had along with the financial statements for September, which I believe is currently undergoing the audit. So that was my request, was to have the quarterly work session and to have the first one to start. So so while I still would like to see these reports, I was hoping to have the actual discussion of the quarterly reports and status of those areas for September of 2025.
In my review of the meeting minutes, it seemed as though action was taken to postpone the discussion of whether or not to direct staff to create those reports. I believe staff has been working on other reports as well as a dashboard. And the question before us, to my understanding, would be if we are satisfied with the reports that are available and have been provided, or if there are more reports necessary to be created, to be presented at a future date.
We haven't done quarterly financials in this meeting. We provide those for you also online, our quarterly. We are adding to that, and I sent you some information today. We're adding to that many newer items that have been requested by Councilmember Ryan, and you will see those posted online as soon as they're finished for Q1.
What's our ETA on those reports? On that, when is that going to be posted?
It's every
online?
quarter of January.
So I don't know if this is the appropriate time to talk about it, but the goal of the quarterly financial work session is to take a look at those reports and have a discussion about where are we with our bond-funded projects. What have we achieved? What is upcoming in the next quarter or 2 quarters? Where are we with our capital improvement projects? And to give an update of where we are. So that we can have a quick update, just like we have asked about some other items where we like to get feedback from the public. This is also giving the public feedback about where we are with specific projects. What have we achieved with the 2018 bond or the 2020 bond or the 2015? I'm not sure what is left to complete, and this would just be that opportunity to review what is available for the quarter, including the balance sheet, which we typically only see in an audit once a year. So, what is our cash position? What's our outstanding, debt? Just those types of things, so that we could have the reports. We get the reports from PCDC in those fashions. The reports that we get in our weeklies are very abbreviated. It doesn't include all of the departments or even all of the funds. And so this would just be something just a little bit more comprehensive, and that we could have an opportunity to ask questions and that the public could see those as well.
Serena, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of what I'm hearing Councilmember Ryan speak about, we were already looking at developing that into a dashboard, and that was going to be based on the reports and the data that you already have available, and not making new work, but work that has actually been congruent with what we've asked about.
Oh, no, let me be very clear. That was new work. We
Okay,
did
let's hear
create
about
a
it.
dashboard for CIP. What we're doing for the quarterly financials that we've been working on for 3 months is to add the escrow, the CIP, and the bond information to the quarterly. And to be more transparent is to place those online. So we finished that in January. We placed it online. So yes, we've added quite a bit to that reporting. And the first time, it's a lot easier to measure going forwards than it is going backwards.
That's what I was about to add.
So we started doing that at the request, and that's been a quarter. And so we'll be able to provide that at the first quarter.
And we're expecting that first quarter, obviously, it is January, but by the end of the month, we expect that to be posted online.
Okay.
So again, I appreciate that the reports will be available, but the other goal is just to have some additional context or color, or to have opportunities to ask questions. Just I don't know, 30, 45 minutes, however long, just to have to review those in advance and have an opportunity to ask whatever questions we have, rather than it's great to have it online, but just wanted to have like an actual conversation about some of these things, and an opportunity for the public to hear the updates.
So are we looking at then the possibility of we get the report, it'll be available online at the end of January? We're looking at putting this in as a work session item in the first or second week of February?
Well, I was going to say, I guess I'm the second youngest here now. Oh my gosh, I've been here for way too long. But correct me if I'm wrong, don't we get updates? Is it quarterly? Is it every third or something like that on the CIP?
No,
no, we don't.
Yes, we do not.
Every quarter? Yeah.
I've not seen any reports, any quarterly reports for beyond the whatever month end is a quarter end. We get that financial report.
I'll check when the last CIP quarterly. I'm also missing the top 5 people over there at the moment, so the CIP quarterly may not happen this month.
So, additionally, our quarterly reports, it doesn't include the capital improvement
No,
fund.
you're talking quarterly financials.
The financial
I was
reports,
talking
sorry.
quarterly CIP.
Are you saying that you're missing 5 staff members?
Well, the top 4 of public works,
Top
so
4.
kind of my CIP entire team at the moment. So it just may be, I may not be exactly on time on the CIP quarterly, to be real frank. We'll do our best.
Well, that's the hazard
we-
of training
we
people up
replaced
so
one of them,
badly
right?
that so well that
They don't start until February.
they all leave en masse and take over another city.
So let's go ahead and why don't we get? I mean, my suggestion would be this: they're going to get us a report at the end of the month, and we can have a discussion about based on whatever you see in that report. We can have a discussion about if we want to have these meetings. I know, David, you proposed February or something like that as well, but let's just see if they're.
Well,
if they're
we
not
can't very well have
self-explanatory.
the meeting before we have the report.
Well, we had discussed in September the discussion was about a subcommittee that was going to be meet quarterly, and 5 people had said that they were interested in the information. So we had said, actually, it was Doug's suggestion, well, this sounds more like a quarterly financial work session that we should start, and everyone agreed that it should be, that it was going to be the second meeting in November. So whenever it's appropriate to have that, I think it's good to have a regular check-in on our financials. We have, $1 billion in our CIP, $2 billion in our debt, and so it's just a good opportunity to give updates to the public about where the status is. We get discussions as things come up, but it's a good time to look at everything as a whole. What have we accomplished, and to have that communication with the public, to the point of the items that they talked about, what are the street projects that are working, in progress, or give updates about what we have done and what we're looking at doing, and just, big picture updates on that information.
That's more than financials, though. You're asking for more than just financials.
Well,
I heard a financial update and a CIP update.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much has
Sounds to
been
me
spent?
like an entire update on everything that's happening with the city.
Well, some of that information can be gleaned from those reports, and then it might be, have an opportunity to ask questions.
So I heard what you said in particular. After, let's see when appropriate. So then let's wait for the report to come out, and let's have that conversation.
If it's only a couple weeks away
Shall we
anyway
schedule
for
a-
the financials, then.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
I said if it's only a couple weeks away for the financials anyway,
Yeah.
we can take a look at it.
Let's
and then,
let's get those financials.
I'd say we do
Let's
that.
figure out if we have questions that, and then we can schedule
Absolutely.
a
So
conversation.
shall we schedule a work session for the February 10th council meeting?
Serena's not ready.
I was going to
No,
say,
we're
Staff
ready. It's a change to what y'all have done and what we've done in the past. I want to make sure this is coming from council. I'm not about to put my staff up for a Spanish Inquisition, is what I'm not willing to do.
I don't think it was suggested to do that. It was just to get an update of the status of what
the suggestion has been made that the report will be coming out in a few weeks. Let's look at the report, and then based on that, we can have a discussion about when we're going to schedule a conversation about it.
So we need to have another item on the agenda to have the discussion about when we're going to schedule it, or we could perhaps look at it at the second meeting in February.
Well, I mean,
I trust the mayor to be able to work that with staff and come back to us and set it up whenever the mayor finds it appropriate to talk about.
Yeah, because we already do our CIPs, so you're just adding on top of that. So I think, work for staff is there.
Yeah, let's get those documents in front of council, and we can see if there are questions that arise.
Okay.
All right. Anything else on item 6I? That takes us to item 6J, review representation and discuss and consider action to appoint 3 representatives to the Capital Area Council of Governments General Assembly. Our current representation is myself, Councilmember Ruiz, and Councilmember Rogers.
Well, Mayor, since you're going to be the chair-elect on there, I think you'd want to be on there.
I would certainly appreciate staying, although that does mean I have to get up early and drive down south tomorrow.
Who else?
You should go for the clean air. I'd like to go on ahead and move over from the clean air to.
Well, so clean air, that's later on.
I know.
We'll be there in a minute.
Just saying that later. I'm jumping ahead.
Would you like to remain on the General Assembly?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Rogers, you're currently on the General Assembly.
That seems like a fine place for me. I'm happy to stay there.
All right.
There we
Is there
go.
anyone else who would like to join the CapCog General Assembly? All right. Well, then I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve yourself, Councilmember Ruiz, and Councilmember Rogers as our 3 representatives on the CapCog General Assembly.
Second.
Motion approved unanimously. That takes us to item 6K, review representation and discuss and consider action to approve a resolution designating the City of Pflugerville City Council representative to the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, also known as CAMPO, Transportation Policy Board. Currently, that is Mr. Mateer. I am currently the alternate. I don't think there's much of a need for an alternate since Mr. Mateer is, I believe, already elected as chair. So I would certainly expect us to renew Mr. Mateer's appointment.
Would you like to stay on as an alternate, Mayor?
I'm curious if there is anyone else who would like to be an alternate
I'd
on
be
that.
interested. I mean, sounds like
You're interested in
not going to be a whole lot
not
to it
attending the
this year,
meetings
but
as
yeah.
Rudy is.
Yeah,
I'd be interested.
Okay.
Being the alternate.
Awesome. Anyone else interested in being an alternate?
I think that's fine. I think it'd be a great experience for Jonathan.
I will move that we reappoint Councilmember Mateer as our primary and Councilmember Kaufman as our alternate.
Second.
Motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 6L.
Keep it moving, Mayor.
Discuss
Keep it
and consider
moving.
action to approve a resolution appointing a City of Pflugerville representative to the Central Texas Clean Air Coalition of the Capital Area Council of Governments. I believe this does need to be someone who is currently on the General Assembly. Mr.
you
Ruiz, do you
suckered
want
me
to?
in, didn't you?
Do you want to
You did it to
continue?
yourself.
We can appoint Mr. Rogers. Not listing myself.
He really did do it to
I know
himself.
you
He really did do it to himself.
What's that?
You did it to yourself.
I didn't realize.
I know.
It's only a quarterly meeting, right? And
Wow, you don't care about clean air. That's all right, Susan.
You don't care about the environmental grants that are available to the city through that?
Yeah,
coalition?
well, I forward them all to you anyway. So, sure.
Would you be willing to continue?
Yes, I will.
All right.
It's a 2-year commitment, correct? It has been.
Well,
I'm not sure.
we're gonna make it now.
Yes.
It was Campo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Capcog.
But before Campo was also correct.
Yeah. So let's. So you're good?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's do it.
So
All
I'm
right.
sorry, to clarify, this is a 2-year commitment, the Campo is a 2-year commitment, and what about Capcog?
Capcog is honestly with the amendments that I was in charge of to the bylaws for Capcog, it's as appointed, but typically on the calendar year annually.
Okay.
And Campo is annually as well, isn't it? Or is it a 2-year term? I feel like we do it every year.
Yeah.
Yes,
we do
I
it every
believe
year.
the clean air is the only one that's specific.
Clean air is the only 2 years.
It's cheer.
I'm
So
sure
that means you have to be on the Campo next year too.
So to give you some insight, based on the way the Capcog bylaws are written, if we were to remove you from the General Assembly, you would lose eligibility for clean air, and we would be forced to reappoint.
Okay. Yeah, and they've been emailing me demanding or requesting a. That's to appoint somebody,
Yes.
so, yeah, I'm on all the emails.
All right, I move to appoint Councilmember Ruiz to the Clean Air Coalition.
They just keep pulling me back.
Second.
I heard a second from Kimberly.
Oh,
All right,
I already crossed it off.
With a 6-1 vote, you are appointed.
He has no choice. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
He
matter.
saw when I changed my vote too, because
He knows, never again volunteer yourself.
Oh, maybe.
We're moving on to item 6M, review representation and discuss and consider action to approve a resolution appointing a city council legislative committee. Our current representation on our city council legislative subcommittee are David Rogers, Melody Ryan, and Rudy Mateer. Who would like to serve on our legislative committee?
Well, I'd like to re-up.
I would really like to be on this committee. I think in the off-season, it's going to be imperative to be out there making connections. And since I'm already going to be a cut cog, might as well.
Might as well take on one additional.
If y'all have me. So.
I'm not interested in being on the committee again.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm declining participation for the next year.
Got you.
I'll be on it again.
You'll keep doing it, Rudy?
Yeah.
Kim, Jonathan?
I've got a lot of
Any desires
pro
on
bono
legislative?
work out of me.
So
all right, so that is 3 people who have
Caesar,
expressed
myself,
interest.
and Rudy on the committee.
Yes. I heard it
All
first.
right, I have a motion and a second. And just confirming we want to leave 3 people on there. Yep.
That's good.
All right, here you go. That motion passes unanimously.
That was good.
Moving on to item 6N, review representation and discuss and consider action to approve a resolution appointing a city council public safety subcommittee that is currently filled by myself and Mr. Mateer.
I'd be interested in joining.
All right, anyone else interested in serving on that?
Kim, you did it before. You did it so well. You want to do it again? No?
Or I heard a mm-mm.
Well, I'll serve with Jonathan.
Is there a sidebar?
Clearly, there's just like,
I'll stay on it.
Rudy has volunteered to stay on there as well, so I will move we appoint Jonathan and Rudy to the Public Safety Subcommittee.
Second.
6-1, that we have our Public Safety Subcommittee. That brings us to item 6O. Discuss and consider action to approve a resolution approving the mayor's nomination and appointments for the City of Pflugerville Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 1 Board of Directors. And I'm trying to remember because I do have a blank here. I have Mr. Matthew Fairster. And was I reappointing someone as well?
Daryl Houston is the other member who's currently on
Yes.
TERS.
Daryl, I believe, did confirm he was willing to continue to serve.
Is he? Okay. Sounds good to me.
What were
He didn't
those
say
names?
no in his message to me.
What were the names?
Daryl Houston and Matthew. Remember the gentleman?
Matthew Fairster.
He had a whole bunch of.
I am creating an additional vacancy on the Board of Adjustment. He had applied for PCDC but was given the consolation prize.
Okay.
He's the one who spoke about all this economic development.
But he's the one who's familiar with the Los Angeles area.
I remember now.
economic development
Yes,
zone,
thank you.
And I think he will be an incredible benefit.
So
to
it's
the
one
board.
reappointment and one new person.
Correct.
Sounds good to me.
So now there's going to be a vacancy on which board? Board of Adjustment?
Board of Adjustments. Your board.
The most important board.
I have a motion from Caesar. I will make a
Second.
second. Oh,
Second.
Okay. Got 3 seconds to choose from.
There we go.
David, I'm waiting on you.
Oh.
And motion passes 6-0. That takes us to
That's ironic.
6-0 on
6-0
6-0.
passes 6-0.
That brings us to item 6P. Discuss and consider action to approve a resolution approving the mayor's nomination for the chair of Reinvestment Zone Number 1, the TERS board, for a 1-year term. And my nomination is to reappoint the existing chair, Mr. Michael Martin.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 6Q. That is discuss and consider action regarding the City of Pflugerville Code of Conduct for elected and appointed officials. This was an item requested by council by Mr. Rogers and Ms. Ryan. And I believe there may be someone else with additional recommendations. Mr. Rogers.
I was gonna say, don't say
Yeah.
council.
You could take one and pass that down. We had a number of advertisements that went out in the last election session where someone who was elected official of the City of Pflugerville was endorsing somebody else who was running for office in direct violation of our Code of Conduct, paragraph 21, which currently reads, when endorsing or opposing a Pflugerville ballot initiative or a City of Pflugerville candidate, members will not use their titles nor use a city meeting or event as a forum to endorse or oppose a City of Pflugerville ballot initiative or a City of Pflugerville candidate except for oneself. And of course, the person used his title. That was repeated in the advertising. We had this same kerfluffle in 2021, where it was a different candidate and a different endorser doing the exact same thing. We all agreed at that time that that's not what we're supposed to do, but we didn't take any enforcement action. But we did say, well, maybe we need to look at rewriting that rule. I made a suggestion that we rewrite that back in September 17th. And I'm trying to take one and pass these along. I would suggest, again, if we're not going to follow the rule, that we change the rule. And I'm going to make the suggestion that we make the exact same revision to paragraph 21 that I suggested on September 17th, which is that the new rule will say, when endorsing or opposing a City of Pflugerville ballot initiative or a City of Pflugerville candidate, members will not represent that their personal opinion is that of the City of Pflugerville or the body unless such endorsement has been publicly and openly discussed and voted on. So, under the new rule, what happened in 2021 and what happened in the last election campaign would be perfectly fine. I think it should be perfectly fine. I think the current rule is constitutionally defective. I suggest that we revise paragraph 21 of our code of conduct to match the new revision, which I suggested on September 17th. I think this will help us to avoid these kinds of issues in the future, which, frankly, the rule as it is doesn't serve a useful purpose, and it's just a gotcha tool, and we don't need to have it the way it is. So that's my recommendation, and I'd be happy to take any questions about that.
The bite still isn't there, irregardless of how you write it. If it's not enforced or enforceable, then what's the point of changing it?
Exactly. So why do we have the rule in the first place?
Well, then let's take the rule out.
Well, the rule as it is allows the body to censure the person who violated the rule. Okay? Which is just a public slap on the wrist for no good reason. The rule in place is about limiting your First Amendment right to endorse other people who are running for office or to endorse or oppose ballot measures. Everybody has that right under the First Amendment. All this is, as it's written now, is just a device to chill free expression. It's a bad rule. It never should have been adopted in the first place. This is a way to undo that pernicious harm and to restore fully our free speech rights to endorse or oppose candidates and ballot measures.
So I just have a clarifying question about what is the legal rule about city council members having a public opinion on something that's on the ballot that's a City of Pflugerville initiative. I was under the impression that we're not supposed to have an opinion about that at all if it was something that was a ballot initiative for the city. So am I misunderstanding that?
Those are Texas Ethics Commission rules having to do with ballot initiatives and the scope of using, public assets, resources. So that's a whole different body. This self-imposed rule, you are the government. You're a local governmental entity. And, your free speech, it's up to this body to determine those rules.
So if I understood you correctly, we are not allowed to oppose or support a City of Pflugerville ballot initiative using public funds, but we could do so using no funds at all.
Yeah,
or,
let's.
I just want to be clear on that.
Your title.
Yeah. You're right. That's a great way to put it. Right there as well for the utilization of public funds to advocate for specific things regarding items that we've had for GO bonds, etc. Those aspects. Right. However, for endorsement or something like that as well, that's just us limiting ourselves on that. Now, I'll go ahead.
Well, I guess my thought is that every time I go out, I'm Kimberly Holiday, but you really can't separate me from Mayor Pro Tem. I'm still Kimberly Holiday, right? Even if I don't say it, that's still who I am. If someone was to take a video of me somewhere, and I'm presenting myself as Kimberly Holiday, they could easily go repost that and say, Mayor Pro Tem Kimberly Holiday said this. So my question is, or my thought is, every time we are showing up as elected officials, we're still, I feel, representing the city of Pflugerville in some way, and we need to be very cognizant of that.
Absolutely.
Because y'all are on social media,
Absolutely. But here's
on your
here's the
personal
point.
page, but you're still David Rogers, city council member.
Right. So, you know, in this particular example, this was an advertisement by somebody using their title who has a not particularly unusual name. There might very well be 2 people in the city of Pflugerville who have that name. If there's an endorsement out there by David Rogers, is it me or is it the guy who's a judge in Midland? I don't know. But if you put the title on there,
Can't believe
as a
I
clarification.
cannot believe you're using that example.
It's a great example.
But that's up to you. You can use that example. So, okay, I disagree with pernicious harm because I'm quite aware and astutely aware what I know. You're smiling too. When he said that, I was like, pernicious. I was like, you come on now. But fine. I mean, Kimberly put it back. It's essentially legal fiction to an extent. I don't see any issues. I don't want to belabor. I thought, to be frank with you, I thought you were going to belabor a point that I thought was unnecessary, particularly given our previous mayor and our current mayor about that. If that's not the issue right here, you want to go ahead and say that and say it doesn't represent this. I know. Wait, I am literally helping you get to the finish line. and
I very much appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Matera.
Then that's fine. I'm for that. That's okay. It's not going to make it.
So I wanted to muddy the waters a little bit.
Wait, we got more. Oh, don't be sorry. Do it.
So, and this is something we can take up at a later time, but I wanted to take the opportunity to say it since this was on the agenda now. I've done a bit of work in trying to think through how to clean up our ethics and code of conduct in general. And I'll share a printout that I brought to make it more clear. And I think that it is, norms are not rules. And I think if we're all going to be held to a good standard, then we should write those things down. I also think today the ethics code applies to both appointees and council members, and I think it may be prudent to separate those out.
Can you give an example of something that wasn't clear?
I would not off the top of my head.
Rudy, I can pull up the
Oh, we know. We know. We remember. We remember. That's why I was curious about it. I was wondering if it was just the same, along the same lines.
So I think some of the pieces that I was looking at and thinking through were respectful content and civility, advocacy and representation, which sort of touches on, the sort of official stance of the board as a whole, as opposed to when we're
talk to me
acting
more
on our
about the
own.
respectful. I'm trying to understand that. You brought that the first one you brought up.
Sure. Yeah, I think, the way I was going about it was essentially that both on the dais and off, acting professionally and respectful in all official and public settings, and, not engaging in, not that I think this is a problem, but I think it's worth putting on paper, not engaging in threatening behavior, harassment, etc. I think it is a fair rule to hold all of us by.
To each other?
So are you saying that currently you don't believe that's reflective in the standards that we have in place right now?
That's right.
Okay.
I won't hurt you.
Yeah. Wouldn't expect it out of any of us. And generally, right, there was also, I don't know when the last time someone tried to light up a cigarette on the dais, but that is a explicit rule in the current.
You don't even
I'm not saying it couldn't happen.
You don't even want to know.
It's been a long time.
You don't even want to know.
I'll send you all my changes.
So I guess all that to say,
we've got
I
a work
think
session ahead of us.
that if we're going to look at changing the ethics and code of conduct, it may well be worthwhile looking at some more substantive changes. Not, I hate to say substantive, but cleaning it up, giving it a refresh to things that may make sense. And then I think ultimately I'd love to see us basically come up with a rules or procedures package of some sort of how we're going to handle things like staff time and topics like that as well. And what we expect that to do,
Well-
which I think is separate from the charter mandated
Yes.
rules, which is really basically Robert's rules and some other procedural things of actually having meetings. What I'm imagining is more of a council practices almost set of rules that we can hold ourselves by, right? How do we define the intake process for things that we want to pay attention to? How do we engage with the city manager on prioritization and those sorts of things?
I believe a lot of that is called out in our rules of order and procedure. Do you have a copy of that document, or do we need to?
Yeah, I went through it, and I think that's not necessarily the.
Is it not
I think it's
as
the same
exhaustive
thing.
as you would like it to be? Or?
It really just, so my interpretation of that was that it really just talks about conducting the meetings. And I'm thinking more broadly of how we operate and do business as a council. So separate from the actual legal charter stuff that's in the
Do you have a document you'd like to distribute?
Yeah, I was going to share it with you all, and happy to bring it up another time. I just thought I'd take advantage of the fact that we had something about ethics and conduct.
While he's passing that around, I mean, my question would always be like, who gets to decide as the judge whether or not I'm being kind or not?
We do. That's the whole point.
Because
that's the whole point.
my interpretation may be different from yours. Some of the things that I hear are just flat out crazy, right? But that's just my opinion. But and because I tell you that I don't care for your opinion, doesn't make me disrespectful, right?
Hurt my feelings by you just saying that.
So I just want to know who's the judge
Do you have any more?
of that.
No. To answer your question, we are. That's the whole point. That's literally the point. I'll give one later from you. But I mean, this is the point. And we can.
Oh, I do have another.
I think this is probably Jonathan. Does it have his name on it?
That's what I say. He has letterhead.
The slides earlier.
I'd have to do an AI compare, but I bet this is a lot like what I came up with last fall.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, so we did have a lunch and learn on this topic, and we did not take action on a number of items.
Absolutely.
So
we literally dug through it.
So let's.
Part of it. I don't think we talked about.
I'm perfectly happy to dive back into those waters, and I'll be happy to share, Jonathan, what came up before. Obviously, the other people who are here went through that dive last fall. But.
Yes, we did. So, Mayor, if you entertain, well, actually, no, this is you. Figure out what you want.
So my motion would be to revise the current code of conduct to replace the current paragraph 21 with the revised paragraph 21, which reads as follows, and you guys all have copies of this. Personal public advocacy when endorsing or opposing a City of Pflugerville ballot initiative or a City of Pflugerville candidate, members will not represent that their personal opinion is that of the City of Pflugerville or the body unless such endorsement has been publicly and openly discussed and voted on.
Perfectly fine with that. Second.
All right, I've got
I do
a
have
second from Rudy.
a question on that.
Further discussion, Melody?
Yes. Going to Kim's point, how is it, I don't know, I'm just curious, like, what's an example of expressing a personal opinion that's not of the city, or is there wording that you would need to say to specifically say this is not, but not everything is going to lend itself to a statement of, in my opinion.
No, you just say, I'm for that.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you don't say the City of Pflugerville is for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm for that.
Well,
I and me and not we and us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear because does there have to be a specific disclosure that it is not representative, or is it just the absence of a
great
Don't
question?
post
Great
from your
question.
city council page.
Sometimes
That.
people do that. They will
Well-
say that, just full disclosure. This is my opinion. Everything. But I mean, as long as you're not saying you're fine. Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I was saying there's probably a fine line here too, because we all have social media pages, so I would be very careful about what it is you're posting from your city council page.
I'm saying again, y'all, not as long as not we and us, you have it in your page.
But
Some
if
people-
you if you post it from your city council page,
it's there.
then you are representing city council, and if that's not the case, then
No.
we need to make clear.
I don't think when you post something on your city council page, you're necessarily representing city council. Now you're representing your seat, but you're not representing city. You're not necessarily representing.
I don't understand, but okay, lawyer.
So this is
As long as you're
example
not
of
saying we are going to take this
Well,
action.
then why not post it on post it from your personal page? Why would you have to do it from your city council page?
Because
it's a different audience.
Yeah.
But this is the exact reason I asked the question.
Even if it's not real, you have to put, this is my opinion, such as if you put that the Facilities Commission spearheads something, and they really don't spearhead something, that is an opinion, that is not fact.
Except it is.
It's not.
Well, that's your opinion.
That's
See?
fact.
In your opinion.
See?
Again, I's and me's, not we's and us's.
Absolutely.
We do have the question for us.
Just a point, y'all do have social media in your code of conduct. There's actually a specific
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, because there were different opinions expressed on this question.
It's never going
As
to be
long-
resolved.
What?
It will never be resolved because everybody has their own opinion.
And then also,
I'm trying to be very clear because I like to follow the rules.
but also again, and here's the part to what Caesar's saying and what Kim specifically gave an example of. We're the ultimate arbiters of that. So that's why it'll never be resolved unless we decide. This guy, listen, this is
Well,
what it is, make a decision.
and let me say that I did think about that when I wrote this. So I said members will not represent that their personal opinion is that of the city of Pflugerville or the body. So if I were to say, well, the opinion of the city of Pflugerville is that Hutto needs to go to war with Taylor. That would be stating that that's the opinion of the city of Pflugerville. But if I say, well, the Hutto Hippos need to go to Taylor and they need to beat their football team, that's just me. That's not the city of Pflugerville.
I think we should strike that on the second line. We have to represent. Members will not represent their personal opinion is that of the city. Too many that's. I would think as an attorney you would have got that, but you know.
You would have got that.
Well, come on, I'm joking with
I
him. He
think
knows
that
I'm
actually-
joking.
that
As
makes
long as
it
there's not an
sound-
and/or, I'm okay with it.
Oh, will you stop?
You're
All
an
right,
and/or.
he's just jerking my chain. All right.
He knows how I am about that.
No, but would you accept that, David? Would you accept that?
Just
So
accept
Members will not represent.
we already have the motion before us and is on your device in front of you.
So this is just for this one?
Oh, sorry.
Just for this one.
Just this one. We can talk about Jonathan's making us have another lunch and learn once again.
Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate your attention to ethics issues.
No, I'm waiting on two people.
Oh, I'm
know
sorry.
one.
I thought we're, okay.
All right.
Your screen unresponsive? Okay, there we go.
All right. That passed unanimously. I would ask the council, Jonathan seems to put a lot of time into his opinions here. Would it be appropriate for us to task 2 or 3 council members with reviewing and providing a report back to council on what would be appropriate for a potential redraft?
Sounds like
Yes.
Jonathan and David.
So they can compare.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we
I'm
did
good with that.
recommend that in the
grammar?
past.
Correct. Oh, I was just asking if he'll get the grammar correct.
You want to be on that subcommittee too?
No, he said them two, David and Jonathan.
David and Jonathan.
All right.
Merry Christmas.
So I'm gonna move that we task David and Jonathan with reviewing and providing a revised copy back to us within 6 weeks.
Yes. And we will
60 days.
We'll discuss again in another future lunch and learn.
There was 2 dates thrown out, 6 weeks and 60 days.
Uh-oh. You better get it right for her.
I'm going with
Clear as
6 weeks, but
Right.
I think we can do it in 6 weeks. We can definitely do it in 60 days.
shorter is usually more possible.
I mean,
if I give you 60 days, you're not going to get around to it.
You know, the size jokes that you're making at Jonathan's expense, I just don't think they're appropriate.
Oh Lord. Okay, we just vote on that.
All right. So I made that motion.
Second the motion.
I have a second from David.
Thank you.
What is this for?
This is to tell David and Jonathan to make us
6 weeks.
suggestions.
Now, to add some clarity, is this going to come back on a regular council agenda? Or are we going to be doing a lunch and learn?
Lunch and learn, just like we did last night, because it's going to be more.
I'm expecting workshop.
Workshop.
So, I'm sorry, is that
Work session.
Okay.
Work session.
Thank you.
Work session or lunch and learn?
Work session.
Okay. All right.
Oh, wait. I'm waiting for me.
Okay, I'm writing it down.
Motion passes unanimously. That takes us, I do need to skip back real quick to item 4B from the consent agenda, pulled from the consent agenda. We need to have I'd like to get some staff members out of here if we could. That was 4B, approving the Second Amendment to the interlocal cooperation agreement between the City of Pflugerville and Travis County for the East Pflugerville Parkway / Jesse Bowles Roadway Improvement Project, addressing detention pond responsibilities and additional construction phase funding, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same. Who's on point for this? I think this was pulled by Melody. What is your question on this item?
So I had emailed a question about the percentage breakout between City of Pflugerville and Travis County, because the written percentages did not align with the dollar amounts, and I was told that the summary was incorrect. It was supposed to be 42.75% within the city and and then assuming 57.25% within the Travis County, but that is also listed in the agreement. And so
you're just trying to get clarity on what the percentage is.
So I want to make sure what the percentage is, and if it was stated incorrectly, then I was asking if the agreement needed to be.
The agreement is correct. We apologize about that mix-up. The agreement is correct. Can you confirm yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so then my original question.
We were wrong. The agreement is correct.
So my original question from the email was the dollar amount for the Travis County was 58% of the total cost. And so I was trying to understand why they have 58% of the total cost when it was stated that it's 42.75% of the cost.
The numbers that you're referring to, I'm sorry, the 58%, the 42%, I'm rounding, those were referring originally to how much of the project was in each group. Just happens by coincidence that the money that is being allocated to each one is around 58 and 42%, but there is just a coincidence. Yeah, the piece that's in Travis County is costing a lot more because each side is paying for exactly what's going on their part of the roadway, and it just happens to be 58% or 50. I calculated here, it's 58.43%.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that even though 58% of the project is in the city, 58% of the cost is in the county.
Yes.
And it was a rather coincidental fact that it was roughly the same percentage, but reversed.
Right, and also what's driving up the costs on the county's part is they're paying us a 5% management fee for doing the inspection and bidding the project and all that kind of thing.
Sounds like
and then on top of that, they're adding 12% to their piece of the pie, just in case we have any overruns or we have to do any change orders. That we wouldn't have to go to their commissioner's court.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
Melody, is that a satisfactory response to your question?
Yes, I just wanted to
All
be
right.
clear on that. Thank you.
Melody, would you prefer to make a motion?
Oh, I motion we approve 4B.
Second. I have a motion and a second.
I just heard approve.
Thank you.
I really thought we'd be 10-15.
Motion passes unanimously.
Mayor, is it possible to open 6R and 6T together?
We can go in executive session for,
Well, we'll also, so I'm being informed we want to adjourn to executive session under which provision?
you can,
Can we-
consultation with attorney.
Can we open 6R
Consultation
and
with attorney.
6T?
Yes. 6R is also related to 6T.
Yeah. So,
So those can be taken up together.
So with 6R, discuss and consider action regarding councilmember requests for multiple items included but not limited to compiling information related to utility rate and debt reports, capital improvement plan reports, population calculation, water usage, and quarterly financials. We will be adjourning to executive session for consultation with legal counsel. I'll also be opening item 6T, executive session consultation with legal counsel regarding special access rights pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, as well as executive session item 6U, discussion and personnel matters pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code regarding the city attorney. With that, we are in executive session. My current expectation is that we'll come out to take action on 6U, but other than that, well, we'll see what happens.
Is there time?
You're going to the retreater?
Yes, Catherine.
Okay.
I already got it. And that document's just BS. What being going to the
Kindergarten.
Hey Tristan, what time did I convene executive session?
10:17.
Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? We've been in there that long?
Can't forget that.
Oh.
You did most of the talking.
Did you understand a word I said? Because I sure as hell don't remember what I said.
It's 11:44. We're back from executive session and no action was taken. I do not believe there are any items remaining on the agenda. Council, any items I have neglected?
There could be one.
It is 11:44 and we are adjourned.
There we go.